Yay! Yeah.
All right. So this is exciting. Welcome to first contestants in episode 0.
Thank you.
All right. So before we start, can I have you guys introduce yourself? Let's go from top left to right, and then top, and then bottom left to like bottom right. Yeah.
Okay.
So that's Nana and then Ray.
Oh, okay.
Nana! My name is Nana Asteria, son of the galaxy reincarnated VTuber and V-singer, and I'm happy to be back once again supporting wife. And I'm excited. Yeah, let's go!
Let's go!
Why
Thank you so much for coming back!
Let's go!
Yeah!
Literally insane.
All right. And then next is Ray.
Hi everyone, I'm Ray, freelance illustrator and hobby singer. I am also Ali's PA here the entire day of the marathon. Nice to meet everyone.
Crazy.
Crazy.
My goat.
You're also amazing drawer.
Yeah!
You too, man.
No.
Yeah. Next up, Gerard.
じゃあどうも、俺の名前はジョージ TRX4 です。そして俺はホロサジのイケメン王子、ジョアード様だ。Hello everybody, my name is Gerard T. Rexford and I'm Holostars English's devilishly handsome bounty hunter and the leader of the Armus unit. And if you're wondering why my voice is so fucked up, I blame Ollie for this. I swear to God, I got so rage baited into joining into a stream. I thought the Among Us stream would actually would be the one to fuck up my voice, but no, it wasn't that one. It was the Blood Typer stream that I was on literally hours ago. So yeah, forgive me if I'm gonna be a little bit quiet on today's stream. So I'm just gonna be controlling my voice right now, and hopefully it's not anything too rage-inducing. We're just gonna be having fun, I think. I hope. So there you go. Thank you for having me, everybody. Thank you.
I think you have a fetish for ruining
Yeah.
I know.
I look-y feel so bad, man. Thanks
Yeah,
for
you should
coming,
feel
Gerard.
bad. Feel fucking bad.
Right.
On her birthday?
Anniversary!
Oh, you're right.
Technically,
Happy
it is her birthday.
Halloween!
Yeah. All right. And then next is Fleon. Go ahead.
Yo, this is your ace pilot speaking Machina X Fleon, ace mecha pilot for Holostars English. Yippee, I can crush you with my mech in many different ways. You can do nothing. I can sleep with him in the lava. I can sleep with him in space. I can sleep with him underwater. He's indestructible, but the only thing that is destructible is my heart, and people trample on it all the time. So that's awesome.
Okay. Wow.
Thanks for having me.
A little bit of an overshare, but thank you.
Gerard, I'm gonna... No problem. I'm good. It's your turn, Octavio.
Hello,
Holostars,
it is
Ian.
I, Octavio, and I am no longer a white woman.
What are you then?
A white man.
Oh, God, even better.
Yeah.
White man arc, everybody.
Yeah.
That's cool. Yeah. All right. So, anyways,
Arm.
well, I'm gonna talk now.
Okay.
Right. So, everybody, welcome to Plus Survey. This is going to be a series of game show where I will ask you guys to put in your answers into a survey and see if your answers is actually something that the majority would vote on.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
So how
simple
it
enough.
works is that I will give you guys a prompt or a question, and you guys will answer it. Once you guys have your answers, I'll put it in a poll in Holoplus, and then whoever gets the most votes will get a point.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Tapping into the chat's hive mind. I wonder what it is.
Exactly.
Oh.
It's it's a viewer participant stream where you guys get to think and the viewers get to vote. It's going to be fun.
My
Yeah.
favorite.
All these
Should be
Democrats.
the other way around.
Incredible marketing for the app.
Exactly.
Remember,
I'm the
real,
guys,
ambassador
vote for
after
Gerard's
all.
answers only.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, and with
さすが
that,
です。
do you guys maybe have any questions at all about the games?
Oh, what is it gonna be on?
Yeah, what
Hmm.
is it quiz?
What are we?
When is it
yeah.
happening?
Where? Where are we? Where are we drawing our answers on?
All right. Anyways, I've provided you guys with. Well, honestly, I didn't provide you guys. Ray did. You know what? It's a little bit off. I think from what I set up.
Oh.
Can you guys try drawing on it again?
What?
Wait, okay.
Wait. Yeah, I think it is a little bit off because I don't think I. Yeah, I don't. Wait. Okay, let me just shift. I think. Let me
it's
just
here,
adjust
It's here.
for the anniversary
Oh.
girl.
Not as perfect, and I think Ray's is also. Octavio, you're a little bit off-centered. I feel.
Where is mine? Wait, I'm trying to figure out.
Is mine
where I
working?
am.
Yeah.
Yippee!
There's a yellow something. I can't see that.
Yellow?
Where's that yellow thing?
Oh, it's
Yeah,
gone
where-
now.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Okay.
Can-
Cool.
Okay,
and
okay.
Octavia, I
So-
think you're a little bit over
Yeah,
here.
I should be here. Okay, okay.
Oh, what the?
Yeah.
Wait. I'm wait, let me try to
I need
draw
to make my
something.
thing small.
Hello? Can it be
Okay, there we
seen?
go.
Okay.
Yes,
Okay.
that's
nice.
cool. All right, so basically, you guys will be writing your answers here, and then once we have all of the answers, I'll be putting them in the poll.
Okay. So
Okay.
easy enough.
Mhm.
Pretty simple.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. And I'm sorry to the viewers, and I'm sorry to you guys if the TV's screens are a little bit dim. New monitors have new bugs in them, so we can't actually see in full HD.
Okay.
That's all good.
No worries, no
That's
worries.
A-okay.
Yeah. So, anyways, are you guys ready for the first ever question?
Yeah!
Hi.
Yes, yes, I'm
Alright.
ready.
So, here is the first ever question, and I think this is very, very
Huh?
easy. What is
Okay.
something that the fans want to hear the most from their OCs?
Whoa.
Oh,
Wait, can they see our screen yet?
Like?
Easy.
Can they
Easy.
can they see our screen yet?
Easy.
No,
Or are they gonna? Oh, okay.
Where's my
because
list?
the answers are going to be a secret. They won't know until I review. They won't know whose answers is whose until we have like a winner from the poll.
Oh.
I can't put this answer down, Ollie.
Okay.
Please don't put the answer down.
What?
Yeah, I'll give you guys maybe 1 minute.
1 minute.
Okay,
I
there we
don't
go.
need no 1 minute for that. I already know the answer.
I know the answer.
Same.
Okay.
God. Okay.
What?
You
I
scared
like
or
how
something?
my air is way so small.
It's because it's what you get
How
for
big
that
of an answer
puzzle
are you
piece.
even gonna make, bro?
You see, Octavia, your area is about. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, it's like just like that.
Yeah, like this.
That's my area.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes,
I
I'm
have
done.
100%
Yeah.
confidence in what this is.
All right, and that's everyone's questions. I'll be making the poll in a little bit.
But wait, can I actually?
We need
go
it
look
now,
at
Ollie. We need it now.
I'm typing as fast as I can.
Faster. Okay.
No pressure, but you know, hurry the fuck up. It's okay. It's okay.
All
You're going to
right.
hell.
Take
You're
your
going to
time.
hell.
Shut up!
Take-
You are
take
fucking
your-
mean to her. It's
No,
literally her anniversary.
I
Stop being
literally
mean to
just
her.
said no pressure,
Literally,
but hurry.
Shut up. Literally,
No
pressure.
pressure.
Oh my
But
God,
hurry.
you didn't need to
Words,
say
you're
the
so
second-
sweet,
You didn't need to say the
guys.
second part. Oh my God.
It's
don't
no
touch her.
pressure. It's like it's her
Princess, Is he
choice.
bothering you?
All right.
I still
so,
respect her.
Is he
I still
bothering you?
respect- Oh my God, Nana, you're
the
being so annoying right
answers
now.
are
my
posted.
God, shut
Here
up.
are the
Oh.
answers that we have. We have I remember you. And I wouldn't be here without you.
Uh-huh.
Then validation, help, and I hate you. So you know, we'll see which one is the
Everybody,
something
One
you want to
correct
say.
everybody,
here.
to
Everyone
those who
knows
know
what to
Gerard
pick.
T. Rexford, please, please.
Help is pretty good.
Help is pretty good.
Help is pretty good. That would get my
It's
vote.
pretty cool.
Bro, you're gonna break your fucking throat, man. What the fuck?
I'm so sorry. I'm just looking at the. Come on, guys.
Do people
Come
want to
on.
hear Oshi say validation? I don't think so.
Oh, guys, validation.
It's
Validation.
kind of
So-
stupid for who did that? Who did?
Yeah, you see,
We should
I
remove
feel like
This is my
answer.
Uma Musume, by the way. This is my Uma Musume. This is my race. Oh my god, I'm betting on this specific thing that I'm not gonna say. Oh my god, it's real. It's real. It's real. It's real. Oh my god, it's coming. It's coming. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
I wouldn't
But
hear
anyway,
it.
Please use your
what-
ult. Use your fucking ult. Please.
What would you
Please.
guys like to hear from your Oshis if this was you?
I want them to tell me to shut the up.
I
I don't know. I just wanted that.
In my opinion, I think it's validation. In my opinion, no bias at all.
Okay, but like, what does validation
Really
look
just
like? What does it
validation in
sound
general.
like?
What do you mean by validation?
Yeah.
What-
give
what
me
does
one
it sound
example.
like?
Anyway.
I
Yeah,
mean,
what?
it's kind of like oh my god, you're existing in the time zone and in the same era as Gerard T. Rexford. I acknowledge your existence.
Oh my.
Wow.
This is so plain.
Does anyone
I'm
have
feeling
like a
my heart
kilogram of
shrivel up on
salt?
the
I could
inside.
really just
Something
sprinkle
so
some
simple.
salt right now over the
Like,
PNG.
it's not for me though.
Any
Like
salt
it could be
shakers?
literally from
Any
anybody else.
Anti-snail, anti-lizard.
Yeah, anti-
Why are you
Snail
why are you salting me? Why? Like it could be literally from anybody else here.
Oh my
Like why are you
God.
narrowing it down to me? That's crazy.
I think
Targeted
help is the
harassment,
correct answer
everybody.
here. I think people like being needed.
Oli-chan, what about you? Oli-chan, what about you? What do you want to hear from your Oshi?
I don't know. I
Yeah.
don't think I would want to hear my Oshi hating me, low key.
Right? That's like
Weak.
the worst thing you hear.
Weak. That's the
no?
best thing.
Yeah, that's
That's
actually
the
the
best
best.
thing.
That's the best. That's the best.
Okay, let me
Like,
explain.
All
Not that
right.
that's my answer.
All right.
Yeah.
So,
Go on.
love and hate are on
cook.
two sides of the same coin. There's nothing worse than not being remembered at all and having no impression. If someone goes, hey, how are you? Like, yeah, what's up, man? But they don't think of anything. Love or hate, either way, you're on their brain, but it's much more likely for them to hate you instead of loving you. So I take the second option. Not
Thanks
that
for,
that was my choice.
Yeah.
Thanks for
totally
defending my
not
answer,
your choice. Yeah.
No problem, Gerard. Thank you.
Thank
No,
you.
which is why I think the best option is I remember you. That's the best
Yeah.
option. Yippee.
Literally.
Yeah.
Nah, that kind of
and
sucks
it's
though,
actually
in my opinion.
winning by a landslide, honestly. I'm closing the survey.
In my
Bring out
humble
Nana's
opinion, I think
answer.
that
Nana,
sucks,
you
and
put a
I think
corporal answer in
people
there.
crave for I hate you and validation.
Nana, put a corporal answer in there. Here at Nana Asteria Corporations, we love to support you.
No.
Damn.
No,
Remember,
listen.
we remember
I
you.
think about about all like the bands and like the artists
Mm-mm.
like that I really like, and like if they said that to me, my day is made.
Yeah, I think that's a you thing. I think that's only a you thing.
No, it's so
What?
good though,
What?
especially if
But
you
they
keep
keep
going.
Nah,
Especially
I don't
keep
think they'd like
supporting
that.
them, and they're like, "Oh my God, you're that fan that came to my second live!" Like, holy shit, that feels amazing when that happens.
Exactly.
It's so
You get it. You
nice.
get it.
Yeah.
My God, you guys are helping each other. What the fuck? That's not allowed.
Remember you,
That's not
but
allowed.
They don't really.
Hey,
Can people
if
get
boys are
disqualified?
allowed to support each other, then I can support my girlies too. What the fuck are you on, bitch?
That's what I'm saying. Exactly.
What? Are you
But
okay?
anyway.
Are you okay?
Exactly.
My goodness. Like since when? Name one time.
Here are the
Daisuke.
answers, by the way. So, the winner of the poll is actually I Remember You, which was written by the one and only Nana Asteria!
Thank you.
Too safe. Too safe. Too safe.
Too safe,
Yeah,
too safe,
but-
too safe, too safe.
Yo, I
But
just
you got
hate
the
it.
answer right, though.
Take away half points from her.
Whoever
Yo,
voted for that,
haters.
something's wrong with you. My
I
goodness,
think I'm being
validation is always the
severely
answer.
limited by the fact that I'm using my mouse to paint.
I don't think that has anything to do with the voting at all.
That's
So,
true.
like, you know.
Well,
Yeah,
you're not in my
anyway.
position to know.
You're lovely. All right.
Help.
How about we go to the next question then?
All
Okay,
right.
Okay.
Let's see.
Okay.
Wait, I'm
Okay,
erasing
okay.
my answers.
What is
Same.
something that they do not want to hear at night?
Wait,
Wait,
at night?
who
Like
is they?
randomly at
Somebody
night?
you.
Or like...
Like
You
randomly
Fair.
at night.
Like just anybody doesn't want to hear at night?
Yeah.
Or from their Oshi.
At night.
At night. I'll be waiting until minute 45.
Okay. All right.
Oh.
There we go.
Okay. Okay. Pretty easy. Pretty easy.
Okay. Wow. Wow. These are...
Whoa.
Okay, these are something for sure. Makina, you want to write down your answer?
I
Yeah,
can't.
already
so starting
did,
someone's
already did.
answer is just taking me out.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
By the way, if you guys have the
Ollie,
same
Ollie, I
answer
think you
that
should
you guys
also
are-
participate too. I think you should also
Yeah.
participate too as a bonus.
You should
All
too.
can
Just throw them
you
out.
assist me with my
Yeah,
answer?
it'd be fun.
I
Participate.
know.
Can you DM me, Ollie? Help!
So it's like, oh my god. So there's more options. Oh my god, who is this? Something like that.
Then who would get the answer then?
That would be funny though if you actually won though.
If you
Yeah,
won,
you
you
know?
lose his
in
points
any
from
of
last time.
Yeah.
Mm-mm.
I really like
Deal?
my corner. It's really nice.
I like your
Whole
corner
image-
too. I think
the
it's
whole
very
image is
unique.
just,
I'm actually drawing a blank.
beautiful.
You got this.
got
So
this,
if
you got
in
this.
case you win, there's like
Anything. Anything has disturbed
no
your
points
night.
for any of you.
Come on, Makina, you
So
got this.
anything that disturbs my night.
Yeah. Anything.
Anything. Okay.
Ooh.
Hey!
Ooh.
Okay, there I did it.
That's
I
good.
warned you.
Okay.
Wow, you guys are taking your time answering.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, Gerard, I'm sure you're not taking your time. Your time's almost up.
I'm just.
But anyways, I'm going to be posting the poll now. Ba-ba-ba-ba-bang.
Da-da-da-da.
So we have your feet smell. I found you. I'm close. Someone's doing the naughty. You smell nicer than I thought. And you're streaming the next room. Oh. Oh.
Oh.
Crazy. It's crazy.
Suddenly there's a fucking
Whose
mention.
answer is that?
What the-
You didn't see who it was, Tavioli?
No.
This is a landslide.
That's
You got it.
Oh my god.
If
Why?
there's a too big of a thing, we gotta
The
pick it
true
up.
Kinda fucked
nightmare.
up.
The true horror story. I too would also be disturbed.
You fucking put that shit in there, didn't you? It's either Nano or Ollie. God damn it. What the fuck? I swear, is it you, Flayon? Is it you? I can't.
What is what me?
I feel like you're taking shots
Do you
at
hate
everyone
me?
at this point.
Do you hate me?
About Gerard streaming?
It's probably you fucking. Octavia, you're awfully quiet. I've seen this fucking pattern from you. I think it's definitely you. You've been targeting me
You
since
do
the
not
very
notice
fucking
any
beginning.
pattern from me. You do not have the capacity.
He's calling me stupid, by the way.
Dude, I saw you do everything, bro. What the fuck is wrong with you?
I did nothing.
Yeah.
Truly,
I don't
truly
know
a
who it
nightmare.
was, actually.
This is, well, I guess it would be a nightmare. You wouldn't be able to sleep, you know?
I vote
Yeah,
George.
that's
No,
true.
I'm still quiet though. I'm still somewhat fairly a little bit.
Quiet?
Quiet?
You
I
should
mean, if you-
stop
if you get-
joking.
if you get used to it, I guess. Like since you're gonna be living with me, like if you were to decide to live with me, I think you would know the kind of person that I am.
Gerard BFE.
No. I feel like if someone live with you, they'll probably like start to cancel out the noise. So it's like they're immune to you at that point, you know? Like I
it's
hear
like a
nothing.
cat that sleeps next to you.
I'm
and
gonna
it's
invite
like-
you to my room so we can both watch Gerard through the hole in my wall.
Okay, I'm gonna watch. Yeah, let's watch together. This
Octavio,
is
I
so
know the
Silent Hill
reference.
4 you, Tavioli. This is awesome.
Yup, and the survey has been closed. It's not even a competition anymore at this
Yeah,
point.
that was great.
that?
That was great.
Indeed.
God, fuck's
Yeah,
sake.
so anyways, Gerard streaming in the next room one. Let's see the answers.
Gerard, how you?
I found you
Dude.
was by Nana. Someone doing the naughty was Ray.
Bro,
You
I
smell
thought
nicer
for
than I thought
sure.
was Flayon.
Christ.
I'm close with Stuart, and your feet smelled nice by Octavio. So
I'm not saying.
my
God.
answer won.
Nice, Gerard.
Wait, what's your answer,
Wait,
Ollie?
no way.
Shoot.
My answer was you
Gerard
streaming.
streaming.
What the fuck?
Ollie, you did put it in.
What the fuck? I clocked it at first. God damn it! No one gets a point.
So true.
No one gets a point.
Ollie.
An absolute
gets a
horror
point,
story.
yeah.
I too would also not like to hear Gerard streaming in the middle of the night.
That's true.
No, I think it'd be a pleasure, like hearing Gerard T. Rexford streaming at night.
Oh,
Like, oh my God, he's so
no,
endearing.
No.
He's
Oh,
so
no,
endearing.
Gerard, I
no.
just have a
He's
question
working
for you.
so very hard at
I
night.
want to embarrass
Like,
you on live television.
he's paying rent, and I get to hear his voice 24/7. Isn't that great?
I'd lose
I'm
my
sorry.
sanity.
I'm
No.
really sorry, man.
This is the second time. I swear to God.
The people have
I
spoken.
swear
What can I say?
I
The people
love
have
you.
spoken.
I do.
Yeah, right.
so you
yeah,
don't love me?
Yeah, right. Fuck's
What
sake.
does
Oh,
that
so I'm
mean,
just a
Flayon?
fling to you. Whatever. Okay. All right.
Alright, next question. Let's
Ollie
go.
shops
Next,
around.
next
I'm a
question.
fan that pays
Alright.
rent.
Next question is what not to say to a girl on her period.
Oh, there's a lot of things. That's really easy.
Oh, you know what? If
Oh.
it's too easy, we'll change the question.
No.
No,
Okay,
no,
just-
no.
What to
It's
do?
interesting.
If a hot grandma starts flirting with you.
Oh.
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 Hmm.
Oh, okay.
Oh, well, you flip back, duh.
Oh, okay. Don't say it. Don't say it. What to do if a hot
Hello.
grandma?
Hag love.
So she's hot.
She's hot. It's a hot grandma.
That has to be the
Remember,
fastest
if
thing I
you
wrote.
have the same answer, you'll be sharing that answer with the person that actually got it right. Also.
Ooh.
Wait. Ooh. Tavioli, what are you thinking about? I can join with you.
Just look at my answer. It's perfect for the occasion.
You're sick. Okay. Oh my God.
That's crazy. That's great.
Okay, there's my answer. Jesus. You're going to hell.
That's crazy.
Ollie, I think this is worse than the previous question.
You think?
Yeah, this is worse.
I'm starting to regret asking you guys this.
Oh my God. I yield. I give up.
No,
Wait, Ollie.
you haven't wrote your answer.
I'm,
Yeah?
I'm
Put
stunned.
in another
I'm
answer because you
genuinely-
see the elephant in the room on our answer board. Put in an answer to cover up for it. Make up for
Okay,
it.
gotcha.
Hey!
Mm-mm-mm.
Ollie time, Ollie time.
Okay.
Wait, this feels like betting.
It is. It is. If you think about it, it's like Uma Musume.
George, just give up and join another person's answer.
All right,
No
so
way.
we have the answers gathered.
Okay.
I don't know what to say, honestly. This question was a mistake.
Definitely worse than the last one.
I'm actually regretting it. Alright. So let's see what's written. We have flirt back. And how many years have you been on menopause? There's also make sure I'm in the will. And is Grandpa still alive? And also hello Gorgon.
Wait, is what?
That's vaginalicious.
What?
That is so cursed.
Again, I think this question was a mistake. I shouldn't have. Maybe I shouldn't. I'm sorry, Holoplus staff. I did not mean it to go this way.
Who typed
Hey Ollie, what are you gonna use the Holo survey for?
Oh my god.
Guys, you gotta know your priorities straight. Priorities,
You gotta
guys.
say hello, vaginalicious diva. You're gorgeous. You gotta start complimenting them. Come on. Have love. Yeah, they're the wise and they're beautiful in their own right.
Mhm.
You're gonna say, "Hi, diva. You're so gorgeous." You know? Yeah.
I complimented them by like expressing my physical superiority over the
Shit,
years
I
of
should have said
experience.
like time to light a dying star or some shit like that. God damn it.
That's
Oh,
Too late, too late. Too late. Too late.
Yeah. Wow.
God,
Okay.
I'm just waiting for my answer to reach the top, please. Please, please, please,
please, please, please,
please, please, please,
But
please,
you're
please.
assuming that the
please.
first the winning question is the winning answer isn't Kirsten.
Yes, who knows? Who knows? I might be lying. I might be lying.
I have a feeling.
I'm betting
this is
right
the
now.
Answer. Come on.
I swear to God, if
Come on,
Ollie, I
dude.
swear to God, if your answer wins again, I swear to God, this poll is rigged.
Ollie would never do that.
All right, let's close the survey.
No, let's give it like 10 more seconds. I swear to God. Let's give it 10 seconds. No,
Come
they can
on.
make it. They can make it. They're gonna make it. Come on, guys. Come on,
Okay,
guys.
in 10,
I don't think they're gonna make it.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5,
Vote menopause. It has menopause in
Vote
the
menopause, please.
1. And as you guys can see,
Oh,
it's actually
oh,
moving
Oh,
up.
that's a big change.
Oh,
That's
what
a
the
big
heck?
change.
It's changing.
I'm in the will. I'm in the will. I'm in the will. Will.
Holy shit, what is this?
I'm Jiraiya Rexford, and I said I'm gonna protect my voice.
What is
Yeah.
Yo, what the
Sir,
fuck?
that? Karazuka Kiren?
Oh, let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Holy
Hadi
shit.
Urara, let's go. Let's go, Urara, with the will.
No, not enough stamina.
Holy shit.
No way, it stops here. There's no way it can catch up.
Oh, it went down. Wait. Ooh.
Oh,
No,
wait.
it's slowing down.
I'll be
No,
counting
no,
down
no.
again. In 5,
Alt.
3, 2, 1. I'm closing the survey.
Wow.
Let's see who
Oldie, I
wins.
put my funds in you, dude.
You should have picked Homestretch Haste.
The one who answered Hello Gorgonation
Wasn't fast enough.
was Nana. And then the one who said flirt back was Ray. Flayon had the same answer as Octavia, which is, how many years have you been in menopause? And Durart is make sure I'm in the will. So, is Grandpa still alive? Was my answer. I went to check it out.
Wow. Wow.
You're so good.
The fans know. The
Yep,
fans
yeah.
can feel
We're
it.
never gonna win. God
Guys,
damn
come
it.
on. We need
Ollie,
a
I think
team
your answers
effort.
are the craziest.
We need team
Let's-
effort, guys. We need to win against Ollie once. Just once.
Let's combine our answers.
Just
Let's
once,
combine
guys.
them.
Come
Just
on.
once before it ends, you know?
Yeah, alright.
Let's
So
vote in.
here's the next question.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay,
What
what
is
is
a
it?
lie
Okay.
that people say often?
Okay, all right. Wait,
I
let me
think
just
this one's
erase.
pretty say-so. It's a say-so question.
Okay.
Done.
Done.
Okay.
Done. Done.
Wait.
I'm 100% sure of my answer.
Okay, a lie. So, is it just like a general question, or is it like streaming related, something like that?
It's general.
Okay.
I like the music you chose, Ollie.
Thank you. Octavio, can you please? I don't think I can. Octavio,
Shit. I'm having a hard God, that means everyone's
Please.
lying to me.
Little.
Stun locked. Stun locked.
Ooh, that's a pretty good answer you chose. Too similar, too similar, too similar, too similar, too similar. I see that answer. Too similar to the other one.
Yeah, I don't know. Let's see. Maybe.
Oh, no. You can put that answer. It's fine.
Okay.
Oh, pretty good.
Yeah.
Pretty good, Nana Asteria.
Don't look at my answers.
It's pretty good though. It's pretty good though.
All right. So I'm going to put in the poll right now. I'm also putting in my answer. Let's just hope that you guys can beat me this time.
Okay. All right.
Oh boy.
Okay.
Come on, chat. Come on.
Oh my God! Someone said 150k karaoke. God damn it!
Alright,
You son of a bitch.
Here it is. The first one is I'm okay. I love you. I'll do it later. It's okay. I like crocodiles and I can stop whenever I want.
crocodiles.
Wait, these are gonna make me sad. These are gonna make me sad.
No, these are too real. Okay,
I know,
please
it's
vote
so
for my
real.
very real answer.
It's so real. Holy shit.
It's a little bit sad, low
Who likes
key.
crocodiles? Come on.
Bruh, come on, guys, come on.
Why would you slander crocodiles like that?
They're very
Oh my
cute. They're very nice. Alligator variants too. They're cute.
Yeah, do you know baby crocodiles? They sound like laser beams.
MCU variants?
Yeah.
Whoa.
They what?
They sound like laser beams, baby crocodiles.
Oh.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
do.
Baby crocodiles, they sound like lasers.
Also,
Yeah, they're
the
very cute.
survey, like the survey thing in Hollow Plus is so good. Like it's so fast with retrieving data.
I
It's actually
know.
crazy.
I
like how it's
It's really
real time.
great. So
Pretty good.
download it, guys. It's
Yeah.
for free.
It's so
For
Download
good.
it.
free.
For
For
free.
You should
free, and then you
download
can
the
also
Holo Plus
interact
app
with your
today.
People aren't ready for the reality of the world.
Oh my goodness.
People aren't
That
ready
is
for
so great.
Whoa.
But it would be even more great if my answer actually fucking wins. So vote for it, guys.
Hey, watch your
Vote
mouth,
for
young
it.
man. What did I teach
What? I'm not rigging the polls or anything. I'm just saying.
you? You don't speak that way around women, young man. Watch your mouth. No, I'll apologize to them.
Why would I apologize? Why would I? I love
Apologize to
women.
them. Repeat after me.
I love
I'm sorry, women. Say, I'm sorry, women.
Why would I be sorry? I just love women. I love
Oh, this is
women.
why people want you bad. Interesting. Interesting.
I
No
love
wonder
women.
people want
I love
you.
women. Yeah.
What's
Women
going
love
on?
me. I love women. It's
Oh, I don't know
all
about that one, but
equivalent
okay.
exchange.
Add both to the
Okay.
liars.
Nah, you guys are just
Alright.
denying. In denial phase.
So I am going to be closing the survey in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and I'm okay. Wins.
Shit, the world isn't ready for the truth yet.
Who is that?
Yeah.
Oh,
So the
fuck's
one
sake.
who answered I'm
Ollie again?
okay was Ray.
Oh.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
Are you okay?
Yeah.
Are you okay?
It's okay.
okay.
It's okay.
Are you okay?
That does not.
It's okay. Like people resonate with that answer. It's totally
Talk to me
fine.
anytime. You can DM me, okay, anytime.
Thank you.
That feels a
Let's
little
catch up
sad.
after this, okay? Let's catch up after this. Let's,
We should.
let's
We
have a
should. We
talk after
should.
this. We should.
We should.
We only have a few streams anyway, so yeah, let's talk.
Hee.
Awesome. So, we're kind of short on time, and I would like to apologize beforehand, but it is time for the last question.
Oh, okay.
Lock in.
Is it a
Make this
burning
thing
question?
super spicy.
Make it count.
Yeah.
Make it count.
You can ask any question. The period
Something
one's
you
also fine.
shouldn't look up on Google on 3 a.m.
What?
What?
Something you
At 3
should
a.m..
look up on Google at 3 a.m.
Oh.
I shouldn't.
Something I shouldn't.
You should look it up. Mm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, thinking time starts now.
Mm.
Oh. Oh. Eh.
Wait, no. Wait, maybe no. No.
I'm
You know what?
done.
I'll lock in.
Oh my god.
I'm locking in.
I'm locking in.
Locking in. This deserves a W.
I feel
This
like
deserves a W.
I speak for the people, and I hope the people understand what I mean.
I speak for the people too. I speak for the people.
Oh, I was gonna say something completely different, but I'll go with this for now.
Okay.
Hey, wait, Ollie, is this okay?
That did not sound so hard.
It's fine.
Chat, was that
What
a
about
lie?
mine?
Are you sure?
Yeah.
It's fine. It's fine. She
It's-
said it's
it's
fine. So
fine.
it's okay.
It's okay.
It does not sound okay.
It's fine.
Ollie, how are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling
Are you okay?
I'm happy that we're doing this project together, everyone. Thank you so much for
Hey.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yay.
Thank you. Thank you for having us here too.
Yeah. Can I just say, like,
Yeah.
all of the slides, all of the overlays are so cute. They're so pretty. You put so much effort into it, though.
Very
I
good.
Yeah,
did.
lots of
it
thought.
was all
Lots
thanks
of
to the
thought.
Holo Plus. The one who made the assets was actually the Holo Plus staff.
Oh my god. Go
Yeah.
it.
Shout out to the
Crazy.
Holo Plus
Style.
people.
Yeah.
Everyone should
Why did you
download the
delete
app.
your answer?
So please
Okay,
download
I'll
the
put
Holo
back,
Plus
put
app
back.
if you guys
Jesus, I
want
was
more
trying to give you solace.
content like these. Download it.
Mm.
It's for free.
Octavio, I'm so sorry to say I cannot write that whole thing. The app has limited characters.
Oh.
Oh, shorten it, Rich. Shorten it.
Safe
Rich.
answer, Octavia. Safe answer, Mr. Tablioli.
Okay.
There. I'm appealing to the fans of Ollie.
Oh my God.
Damn.
Okay, so we're doing that thing then. Okay.
True.
Last question means also bribing the one who hosts this thing.
Okay, true.
Cool.
Okay, true.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
I'll
Oh, I
be
gotta change my
posting
answer. It's over.
now.
Ollie fans,
Last question
please.
of the
I
day.
know you're
Mm-hmm.
gonna vote for this one.
Ollie fans.
Ollie fans.
Ollie fans.
Ollie fans.
Ollie fans.
Ollie fans.
That's a good hashtag though.
Oh wow. Oh wow. Who would have
The
known?
Zomred.
Wow.
Who would have known?
Wow.
All these
Wow.
amazing streams. I
Oh my
wonder
God,
who
3
won
a.m.
your
scare.
I
Oh my
wonder.
goodness gracious.
Wow.
Yo, what the hell? That's so scary though. That's so scary. Like, why would you search that? Like,
Ollie, your
what?
fans
Wow.
like this? Like,
Wow.
I'm God.
Oh my goodness. That's so scary. Ollie, don't show me your feet. Ollie, don't show me your feet. That's so,
Okay,
that's
you're,
so scary.
Shut up.
Bro, why would you say it like that? Come on.
Look, I have a us fans of Ollie, we're so afraid of it. Don't show it. Like, please don't show it. Like, oh my God, don't.
Wow.
Like, my God,
Me when I'm
Zomraids.
practicing,
That's
I fear
pretty
the
good.
most.
Oh dear.
Oh dear, indeed.
Guys, we're so afraid of this, right? Oh my goodness. That's so
Wow.
scary.
Oh hey, which was your answer, Gerard? I wonder.
Yeah,
Oh,
I wonder
creepypasta.
which one is it.
Creepypasta.
Yeah.
Creepypasta.
All right, name 5 creepypasta.
Jeff the Killer.
Oh,
Jeff the
okay.
Killer 2. Jeff
What?
the Killer 3. Four,
know, number 3 is
and,
pretty good.
Slender Man.
Find my 7 pages.
yeah, sure. Yeah, I know the reference. Those are great. There's a movie about it, I think.
Your throat is dying mid-speak.
I know.
All right. So I will be closing the survey in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and the winner is Ollie Feet Picks Jumps. How in the
I can
world?
feel the soul draining from your voice.
What the?
I like how this goes from like wholesome, not wholesome to wholesome.
That's actually true though.
True.
So let's take a little look-see at the
Jesus.
answers. Ba-bam.
Wow.
So you see, the stars, they all answered.
Nice.
Ollie theme answers.
Nice, Jordan.
Yeah, that. Yeah, pretty insane. Like, who wrote that? What the fuck?
Who did that?
I was in the bathroom while doing this. I was so quiet the entire time.
Why are you?
Oh my god.
I can't talk to you sometimes.
Ollie, just don't. Whatever you do, don't do it. Okay? Don't send him. It's so crazy. Oh god, guys, I'm so sorry. Anyway, I win.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for coming to this stream.
Woo! What a great first Hollow Plus quiz show.
Wow, pretty insane.
Thank you, Ollie.
And thank you for coming. I'm sorry that it's very scuffed and how it's very late.
Oh, it can only get better from here, you know. I really think it's gonna be really
It's
fun.
actually really nice. The graphics are all nice. Everything. Hollow Plus app, amazing. Yes.
Thank you.
Very pretty.
All these streams, amazing.
Yeah, amazing.
We love you so much, Oli-chan.
And I love you guys
Oli-sama.
too. I know it's late
Wow.
in some of your places, so I hope you guys have a lovely rest after this. Thank you so much for participating in the first ever Plus survey.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for inviting us.
The
Thank you.
anniversary.
Hope you have a lovely anniversary.
Birthday.
It's not my birthday still.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Ollie. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you.
Happy birthday.
Wow.
I didn't know I was birthed twice.
Yeah, it's technically
single
birthday.
year.
Yeah, you're the goddess of
Yeah.
rebirth. Come on, you can have as many birthdays as you
Yeah.
Yeah,
True.
want. Yeah.
every day.
Every day.
Wait, every day.
Ollie, are you okay?
Every
Ollie,
day.
I'm fine. I'm just out of words right now.
Stop. Let's go.
Are you really okay? Are you actually okay? Are you really okay?
I'm fine. It was really fun. These questions just shook with me a little bit, you know? I was not expecting some of the answers.
Oh yeah, like put me in your will.
Will you answer for the period question?
Yeah. So, anyways, we still have one more collab stream. So, as much as I still want to play with you guys, gotta move on to the next stream.
Yeah, enjoy. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No worries. Thank you so much. Oh,
Yeah.
Hang in there, Ollie.
And
Just
happy
one more.
anniversary.
Thank
Happy
you.
birthday.
Hey.
Yay.
Alright. Thank you so much, everyone, for coming. We're going to continue with Powerwash Simulator.
Yippee.
Yay!
Ollie-tastic.
Wait, who won?
Ollie-tastic. I did, actually.
Oh yeah, she did.
I don't know
yeah.
what to tell you. Yeah, so anyways, Otsu!
What?
my god, we're finally live. That's crazy.
Finally live! And I'm so glad all of us are here.
We did it!
We did it!
We better start cleaning before everyone gets kicked out.
That's true. Let's start
That's
cleaning. Yeah. Yeah, so anyways, welcome to the stream everyone. Selamat datang di streamnya kami. Welcome to the stream. We are playing Powerwash Simulator and we're going to clean together.
Yay!
Happy anniversary. Yeah.
Happy anniversary!
Exactly.
Anniversary!
Happy anniversary! Definitely not a birthday.
Not a birthday.
Not a birthday.
Happy
Nope.
birthday! How about that?
Ooh, I like that. Efficient.
Fancy.
Yeah. It saves on the cake too. Just get one cake.
That's the kind of things that kids, talk about in their later years in therapy. Like, I only ever got one cake during my
That's
birthday.
so
Well,
sad.
at least we're getting therapy then.
Oh, you're so right.
Yeah, back in my day, we only got one cake and no therapy.
Oh shit.
Oh, damn.
dog.
I'm
Now that is a
stuck.
conversation that I don't know we should start with.
So are we starting now?
Should we start with introduction since we have it right in front of here? This dirty ass thing.
Yeah, let's do introductions.
Yes.
From who?
From who?
From who?
For who?
Who goes first? How about by debut? Wait, debut order gimana ya?
No, I think the order is gonna be like I forgot.
It's
I think it's better by Discord.
Yeah.
By
better by
Discord.
it's kinda.
It's gonna.
Okay. Dang. Why do I gotta start? Kain ka na. Hi.
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 Yes.
Hi.
girl.
Would you like to say
That's
more?
it. Goodbye.
No, introduce yourself properly, girly.
Okay. Okay, where am I? Okay. Hi guys, my name is Kana. I'm a
Hello.
hungry dog who loves to steal your food and your heart. Happy anniversary, Ollie.
Thank you. Alright. Next it is I. Crazy Ollie from Hololive Indonesia, second generation. I am currently celebrating my 5th anniversary with my beloved girlfriends.
Yay!
And we're having fun.
Yay!
Onwards.
Next is Munya.
Munya.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Sorry.
Hello, Mun Adaya. I am Muna Hoshinova from Whole Life Indonesia Generation 1. And today I finally joined in Oli 5th anniversary.
Yeah! Not a birthday!
Not a
Not a
birthday.
birthday.
Hashtag not a birthday.
Is it me? Oh shit. Hi everyone, it's me again, the elf that's been her PA the entire day and like at this point just a resident at her marathon streams. It's Ray Levere. Nice to meet y'all again.
Thank you for all your service.
All good, girly.
Okay.
Alright. Shiorin Novella here at your service, Hololive's archiver, and thank you for having us today at your not birthday anniversary.
Yeah! Thank you so much for coming, Shori.
No props. Thank you for hosting. I mean, it's your day, so.
And then last but not least.
Last but not least, Awuga. It's your favorite Hikini Tuni idol, Richie. Yoho. Hi, everyone. And thank you for having me at Ollie's. Hashtag not a birthday. Hashtag a celebration. Hashtag 5th anniversary. Hashtag Trudok.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's not a birthday.
Yeah.
Hashtag not a birthday.
And we're just chilling. We're just playing Power Wash.
How does this work?
Yeah.
I
We
hear there's
clean.
like some territory battles in PvP.
What?
Yeah. So what you do, you
There's
gotta
a
clean
lot.
as much as you can, and if you don't, we're going to die. So.
Yay!
Wait, actually?
Yeah.
Well, you're about to find out if you don't clean fast enough.
Well,
Oh,
I
no.
guess I'm starting. Bye, guys.
I have like a ladder in front of my face and I don't know how to put it down.
Oh.
I don't know what to do, guys. I can't put it down.
How did you get the ladder in the first place?
I picked it up and then while you guys were making your introductions, I couldn't do anything. I couldn't I couldn't get up off the floor. I couldn't spray my gun. I couldn't shoot my load. I couldn't do anything and now the ladder's just in front of me. It's a visual bug.
I
Beautiful.
have like the ladder icon like everywhere. Maybe if you go up to these and just like spam E, maybe.
Is it E?
I don't know. I'm just guessing.
Okay, I'm gonna spam everything I can.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I actually have a confession about this game. I think back in 2020, like 2020 something, I rage quit at this game.
How did you rage quit?
At
Okay,
Powerwash.
hear me out. I don't like it if the game automatically cleans a dirt spot for me. It's like taking my right away to clean that one final spot, and they just call it, haha, you clean 90% and it's complete. And I'm like, how dare you take my filth? That's my dirt.
Oh.
I rage quit because they cleaned it for me, even though it was not done.
Oh.
Yeah, so and I
Curly.
actually refunded the game once, and then I'm like, oh, I'm back again.
Wow, that
Are you
is
gonna
a
refund
bold
the game after this
confession.
again?
And this is why we talked about therapy in the beginning, chat.
Damn. That's true.
And this place is dirty. What the hell happened to it?
Yeah. There's
Bunch of
mold
kids showed up.
everywhere.
That's basically it.
Like
But
black
you guys
mold?
like going mini golfing?
Ooh.
Family.
It's
I think
pretty
I've only done it
fun.
once. I've only done it once.
Family.
Reminds me of my ex.
Reminds you of your what?
Reminds me of my ex.
No.
Ollie,
Not
Ollie,
the egg.
Yes.
find some word that I just write.
Huh?
You wrote
You wrote
something?
something?
You wrote something?
Yeah. I also wrote something.
Oh, y'all are right.
Yeah, I wrote something too.
Wait, how do you switch the type of nozzle? Is it E?
Press 2.
Yeah, press E and then go to
Oh.
nozzle.
I
It's
found
E.
it!
Oh.
You wrote Olivia, Udin,
Oh.
Zamali, and cigarettes!
Cigarettes?
I don't know. There's one more over here.
This
Is this
one.
not you? Luna?
Oh.
No?
Oh.
It looks like
Cigarette.
Cigarettes.
What?
Yeah.
I assume she's saying don't smoke. That's bad.
Why did you write Olivia though?
I just want it.
Ama. Baca.
Maybe it's like I love you.
Yeah, just eat it.
Yeah.
Search more,
Just
search
believe
more,
it.
search more.
Oh, I see. Mm.
Oh, my ladder's
you
gone.
love
Thank you. Yay.
Yay.
Guys, I drew like the coolest thing in all of existence if you guys can find it.
Oh, that is fun.
Where are you? By the dragon?
That's what you gotta find. That's the game.
Lovely.
That was
No.
mine.
Oh, that was yours?
Aww.
Thank you. Now I want to write something too.
Maybe we should just leave nice
Yeah.
messages for Ollie for her to clean.
Yeah.
Okay, just
yeah.
I don't see it because I'm cleaning.
Zomblo.
In the zone.
Siya lang
Okay,
ni
let
Lu.
me write something nice.
Luya.
Oh, wait, it's dirty here. Damn, my OCD. Oh, God.
Her OCD.
I know, I've been at the same spot, just trying to clean it.
Dang, girl.
Ayong. It's okay, we can just make it bigger.
Probably.
Just
doesn't look right. Wait.
Yeah.
I saw stairs. Who's bringing the stairs?
Not me anymore.
Oh. Okay.
Too much of responsibility, huh?
Bigger and bigger. Okay. This is clean. I can live with this.
Ray, come here and
Yeah?
stand here where I am.
Hold on. Yeah.
Come here and
Yes,
stand
sir?
here where I am.
This one here.
Oh,
What are you
dang.
doing?
You guys are all lagging.
Yeah, we're all lagging.
Dang. All right.
I don't even know where everyone is. Ray is always just flying at my place.
Oh.
It's actually just flying.
Oh my
I've been
Are
god.
you
so locked
actually
in.
flying or not? I can't even tell.
I'm not flying.
She kind of is. She's like an astronaut with the.
Right?
Ain't no way. Ain't no way.
Okay, I thought that was just me.
Oh, it was me then. Damn.
Oh, dang. All right, girly.
Oh, it's
Good luck.
okay.
Time to fly. Soup nozzle.
You're like a superhero.
What else can I draw?
Focus on cleaning, girly.
Yes.
I'm focusing
Right.
on cleaning.
Right.
Are we really only 2% clean?
I
am.
Oopsies. Guys, the place is gonna explode if we don't clean.
That's true.
Guys, they're going to take our whole family hostage if we don't clean.
Damn.
Let's
haven't
go.
done-
I should stop cleaning then.
What the heck? What do you mean?
Oh, nothing. I just think it would save me some money.
Oh, damn. Okay, girl.
I will
You're
clean
right.
for real.
That's
I will
true.
clean for real.
That's what happens when
Okay.
they don't give me 2 cakes.
We're back at the cakes again.
Remember, guys, 2 cakes is a lot more cheaper than full-time therapy.
That's true.
Can I have context? What's going on?
I
What
honestly
is
don't know.
Raichi doing?
Hi.
Ah! Ini muna! Ini luya!
Apaan?
Flat!
Hah? Aku lagi bersih-bersih loh. Ya ampun.
She wrote flat!
Oopsies.
Aw.
Not just that.
Not just that. What do you mean? So you wrote more?
Of course I am.
Let's see. Controls.
Ooh.
I'm still staring at Raichi. Are you still holding the ladder or am I lagging?
You're lagging, girl. I got the ladder taken away from me.
Damn.
Actually,
at
it's
my
funny. I
place,
see you
you're
holding the ladder.
right everywhere.
Yeah. It wasn't there before, though.
I'm not crazy.
What is that?
dragon.
You keep drawing that, Ricky. What is that?
The what?
This thing.
The S?
Oh,
Which
that's an
thing?
S?
The Superman S?
Oh, that's this. You know what I thought you were making?
What? I did make some. To be honest, I did make some. You just haven't found them.
This is what I thought you
Maybe
made.
they're too tiny then.
Did I make them too tiny?
Yeah.
Okay, I gotta make them big.
Oh, I can. Yes.
Yeah.
Keep passing by Shiori and she's like so focused on cleaning and I can tell I'm just jumping around, cleaning like the tiniest spot before jumping elsewhere.
It's okay.
How can we check the one that haven't been cleaned?
There's a button
press
that
tab.
highlights.
Tab.
Yeah.
Tab.
We'll highlight everything. It's not gonna be helpful.
Oh.
It's really cold in here.
There's a lot of things that need to be cleaned, it looks like.
We're
Yeah.
at 3%, guys.
Oh shit, this is gonna be a long night.
I won.
You guys are stuck with me. Ahahaha, we're going to keep cleaning until everything's spotless.
Oh no!
Yay, cleaning!
Yay.
There's two different reactions, people.
I don't know. I just love cleaning in general. I feel like that's what I do if I have like
That
if I
is
visit a
true.
friend's house. You right?
Yeah,
Are
I
you
think
talking
that-
about my house?
It's yours.
Ray just cleans my house without being asked, mind you. I don't know if she's like implying that I'm living a pigsty, but you know.
Okay, I didn't say that. It's more like if when I go to a friend's house, I would always want to clean. I'm just like, ooh, fun cleaning. Do you need organization? I got you. You know.
You know, most people
And you
charge
do
for
this
that,
free,
right?
Is that correct?
Oh, people charge for that?
People charge for that.
But
Don't tell
not
her
with
that.
friends, obviously. You know, that's like part of the friend package.
True.
Oh, if I go slow, it gets more clean.
Yes.
Not only cleaning, guys, she provides like free cable management services. She will duck under your desk and just start organizing all your cables for you.
Doesn't it just spark you joy when you see nothing at all under your desk? And it's just your legs?
Just don't have a desk and then.
What's the point of stuff if you cannot see such stuff?
Oh, then you have like a display place for your stuff. My table's full, by the way.
Under
Like,
your
my
table?
floor's like- No, on top of my table, I meant.
Oh.
I don't like this girl. She speaks too much truth. That's too big of a truth, Nuke.
Yeah.
That's pretty big. I have to think about it.
Oh, wait, do you guys have like a specific chore you guys really hate doing, like in your daily lives?
Folding clothes. I know I can stuff them, but then I get OCD then, so.
Oh, shit. I get it though, especially like when you're trying to fold them the same way, but they end up being different sizes, and you're just kind of like, fuck, that's so weird.
I mean, at least there's an attempt, you know?
That's true.
Don't you want to use like a pepper hack or something
Oh,
to make it even?
that the cardboard thingy that where you just put your
Yeah.
clothes and then you just fold. Yeah, that's really nice.
I
to
actually have one of those, but then it's like, this takes a lot longer, so.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I see.
Does it take longer than when you actually fold it yourself? Yeah, because like you don't have to be as meticulous if you're folding it as yourself. Whereas if you have like the little cardboard thing, like you have to fold each side, I guess. Oh.
That's fair.
Is folding clothes part of the service with the cleaning here?
I mean, I do like to fold clothes again. That's what I do in my free time. If I want to reorganize my wardrobe, I
Oh,
just
I
refold
see.
everything.
You
I even,
refold
like-
every.
Yeah, I refold everything. I color code it, and then I also divide by like if it's jackets or like casual wear, like clothing that I rarely wear. I do that every like
crap.
maybe 3 months to my.
Every
She'll
3
Marie
months.
Kondo your place, basically. She'll even help
I
you fill
have
out
a
stuff you
question,
don't-
Ray.
Yeah.
That's pretty
Do you-
good. You should
Do you
get paid
perhaps
for
have a
this.
question, Ray?
I could just go to your place, you know. I don't mind. It's like it's my joy. Like literally, sometimes someone would be like, "Hey, it's okay, don't clean." I'm like, "But this is my joy." So honestly,
Hey,
it make me happy.
Ray,
Yeah.
you're my personal assistant, right? Do you maybe?
Yeah. You want me to clean? I would love to clean.
I would love.
All you have to do is just give me lunch, and I'm happy. I'm a happy camper.
Demand food. Perfect.
Food to have energy to clean.
Yeah.
And then it starts all over again.
Yeah, it's great.
Wow.
Sometimes I can't believe you're real.
What?
What does that mean?
No, she's just an alt Discord account.
Oh my lord. Well, guys, we're at 7%. Just 93 to go.
Pretty good, yeah.
8.
Slow and steady.
Oh, 8 now.
But what's everyone's others, dislike chore of the house?
It used to be washing dishes, not gonna lie. 'Cause,
Used to, so
like no, it's more like I do it more automatically these days because if I don't, like dishes pile up because I like to cook, right? I have no choice. I'm forced to do the dishes by myself.
What if you just eat from like a pan if you're really desperate?
If I'm really lazy, I'll just swirl like
Yeah.
water on the pan, heat it, and then wipe it with a tissue. Yeah.
That's what they do with camping, I think. Because I watch like camping vlogs and they just eat off the pan.
Oh.
Oh, I love that.
Camping, huh? Do you guys know Lucky Star?
The anime?
Yeah.
The anime.
Yeah.
I kind of feel like that right now. Like, I feel like we're just a bunch of girls talking about random stuffs.
Yeah, it's our own little slice of life anime.
We're in the side of Yummy!
That's cute.
This is the cleanup episode.
This is so satisfying.
Yeah.
Oh no, I think I just erased someone's words. My bad.
Oh.
What did you
okay.
erase?
I don't know, but I see like a C here. Unless it's just random dirt, but I think it's a C and another C.
Ooh, cigarettes.
There.
Maybe, yeah.
Oh my god, that's cute. I thought you were gonna draw something else, but that's cuter, Reichi.
Huh? What did I do?
You're drawing, right? Unless I'm lagging.
No, you're lagging, girl.
What are you looking at?
I think we are all
You're
super decent.
hallucinating.
We're all 100%
I
super
swear.
decent.
Okay,
What
at
am I
my
drawing?
end, you're still holding the ladder and you're drawing something at the same time.
Okay, you're really far away, girl. You're
That's
You
really
definitely
far
girl,
away.
that was like 15
Ages
minutes
ago.
ago.
You're in the past.
This girl's a time traveler.
Yeah.
Wait, where are
Is
you?
the dragon
now?
finished? I think the dragon's
Catch
finished.
up to you.
I think the dragon finished.
Okay.
I feel like most of us are in a slice of life anime, and then it's just you trying to catch up to us, like you're stuck in the time.
We're in Lucky Star, she's in Steins Gate. Like, good
Yeah.
luck, girl.
It's like, come back.
Nobody saw that. We saw nothing, guys. We don't talk about what I just saw.
What did you see?
I'm pretty sure it's Reichi's art. I don't know when she drew it or
How
if
the
it's still
fuck
there
did
in
I
your
get-
time. But you know, it's
Did
up
you
there.
do that?
What?
You passed through me, and then like I got thrown up at the air like I was a kid. I'm like, wow, I could see a rainbow. I could see everyone. I got thrown up in the air.
This girl is not in a slice of life anime.
I thought it was crazy.
Okay. Maybe I should clean a different area because I keep accidentally looking at it.
What?
I'm in the past. You guys might not see what I see. Okay, don't worry.
Where are you? What are you looking
Totally
at?
not crazy.
What are you looking at? Describe.
Wait. Okay, I'll try to stand where I see the thing, and you let me know if you see it in the future.
Yeah, but we don't
Okay.
even know where you are, or if you're
Yeah.
you're standing
Time
is like
period are you in?
yeah.
I'm in front of the lovely writing.
Zomrad? Is that
In
what
my
you're
end,
reading?
I am literally next to Ray. No.
Yeah. Is the
That's-
word you're looking at Zomrads?
It's not a word, my dear, my good man.
Ah,
That-
pasti. Kesel banget lama-lama.
Iya.
And then. Is this supposed to be a jellyfish?
Oh my god!
They will never
Is that-
understand.
That's a lovely what?
They will
That's a
never
lovely
understand.
picture.
Chat, you saw what I saw, right? Chat.
Chad, do you see?
What did you guys see?
Chat, what year is it?
Ray, look up there.
Up
It
where?
doesn't
it?
come off with the game, right? There's no
Oh.
way, right?
I don't know who drew that. It's probably Rayti.
See, I think we're finally talking about the same thing.
No, because you told me to look directly to the front and not upwards.
I'm just doing my own
I'm
thing, and
sure
these girls are just
whenever
like,
I
"Hey,
look,
don't you do
it's
this?"
the fault.
Well,
accusations
thank God
against you.
that I'm
I have a
streaming
bad
on
feeling,
Twitch.
so I don't think that I want to see it.
Yeah, if you want to keep it safe, don't ever look up. Thank God Twitch would probably not do. It'll be fun.
I'm gonna clean the floor.
Someone said it's a fidget spinner. Wow.
Yeah, it's a rocket ship, guys.
And we're
Who's
the astronauts. Smart.
Oh, I thought you were writing Papa, but it's Papan.
Aww, like Ollie.
Oh.
What the fuck, man? What I do? I never said
5 years
anything.
in, 5 years in the anniversary, and the Papan joke still continues. It's crazy.
What the heck? I didn't say anything to you, Miss Rayti, ma'am.
I love you.
Not like this.
I'm so locked in cleaning.
Me
But
too.
sporadically because I keep bouncing everywhere. If you see a half clean spot, that's probably me.
Girl.
You
It's
can
so
tell
funny.
My attention span is so tiny.
Yes. Have you drink water?
You and your hash. Yeah, don't forget to look. You have the big, like, you have a big one, so.
She has 2 now. She has 2 bottles now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Stay
Hashtag
hydrated.
Walla gang. Stay hydrated.
I really
Like
wait.
I'm-
Is that brand like local or not? It's not, right?
No. It's from the US, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, because when I heard the brand, I was just like, oh, it sounds so Indonesian. Voila. Yeah.
You have to say it in like a certain accent.
Yeah.
You know, I've always thought that like pressure washing videos are very satisfying, but now that I'm doing it, like I swear I feel tired.
Yeah, it makes me sleepy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe you
It's
can
not
put
as
like funk
easy.
music during it so it wakes you up.
I think so.
You know what I think you should listen to? My new original song!
Yes,
Is that so true?
Where can they
Maybe
listen
that'll
to
be
it?
fun. You could listen to it in Spotify, iTunes, Apple Music, YouTube Music, literally in any platform that you could ever think of.
Dang.
Yeah.
Have you talked about it yet? Have you talked about it with your chat? Do they know like the inspo and everything yet?
Wow.
Have you?
I feel like I have, but I don't know what depth you're talking about.
Like the inspo and everything for the song.
The behind
Yeah.
Behind the scenes.
The details.
Or in this
The
case,
details.
behind the song.
Yeah.
Behind the song.
Behind the show.
When did you start working on it?
Oh yeah, that's a good
Money.
question.
Wow, this is turning into an interview.
Good.
Happy anniversary!
Thank you! I think this has been in the works for at least 8 months. It's like a baby.
Whoa.
Wow.
Yeah,
Whoa, it's the bun in the oven.
exactly. And it just finished cooking.
It's so good though.
like
It's so good.
It's so good.
Thank you. I tried I've always wanted to do kawaii retro vibes just because I fell in love with the genre.
Yeah.
And it just so happened that Meloko, the composer of the song,
I love
was accepting my request. Yeah.
so happy.
Meloko.
I think
Yeah.
when I discovered Melco as well, they had like this touch of like, oh my god, this is like music back in the days, but like it's updated with like the current like instruments and stuff, and I'm like, wow, this sounds great.
Yeah.
Is it the song that you showed a while back where it's the color one? Like, what's your favorite color?
Yes. Yeah.
Yes.
It's that one.
Oh, I remember.
And also Brazilian Miku.
Yeah.
Brazilian what?
Brazilian
Brazilian
Migu.
Migu.
Hatsune Migu.
My girl Migu.
Yeah, Migu. But yeah. Can't wait
It
for the
looks fun.
MV as well. It's still cooking, right? The MV.
It's still cooking. It's gonna take a little bit, but it's cooking.
I'm so
Can't
excited
Still
to
in
see
the oven.
it.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Another bun in the oven. Our girl's
Yeah.
really working.
Yeah, making sure that I'm constantly pregnant.
You heard it here first,
Wow.
folks.
To like lift the dirt.
That's what that's for? Okay.
Yes.
Oh, you can right click and automatically it just goes
Yeah.
on.
Manually all
What?
this time. Oh my
Wait,
god.
what?
Right.
Why do you think I'm
so
saying
forever?
Okay, I'm not the only one. Safe.
Oh my
If you also
god.
press P, it might help you if you avoid motion sickness.
Press what?
See?
C.
Oh my
So you just
god,
aim for one
thank
spot.
you. Yeah, I've been doing that for now because I'm like, I might get motion sickness. Let's take a C.
Press
Aim with
what?
C.
C. For like
The
cooking.
letter C. It goes to aim mode.
Oh my god. That's life changing. I'm worse with this, but you know.
Do you guys use soap first before you clean?
Does it matter?
I don't know. I'm asking. What's the hacks? What's the speedrun hacks?
Yes.
Oh, I just aim and hope
There
it
is a
works.
speedrun hacks.
Just aim and pray. You aim, you pick a
Aim and
gun, you pray.
That's what I've been doing. I don't know what you're all on about.
True.
Okay. Papan. Oh. Guys, I live in the past. Okay, don't worry about me.
It's okay.
Flat? Okay.
Maybe you should tell us like, oh wait, that only works in the future. We should tell you the lottery tickets.
Yeah.
Yeah, we could have.
Yeah.
Write
Okay,
it down. Wait, I
write it
should
down. It's 6.
What is it?
9, 4, 2, 0.
God damn it, Rachie.
Please it.
6, 9, 4,
2, 0.
0.
She's actually right.
6,
Then
9.
what?
And then another 6, 9.
Okay.
Yeah.
What was that?
I'll
For
write it on the other side.
It's a lottery. She's writing it. We're gonna see it, guys, pop up in the future. Trust.
Okay. Wait for it, guys.
She'll become a millionaire or just poor.
Hmm? What is this for? Okay.
Oh, shit.
What is what for? Why is your arm like that?
I'm holding a
gun?
gnome.
No.
I don't know what it's for. Gnome is gone. Where did it go?
Why is there gnome redheaded?
You hate red-headed gnomes?
No,
Is that like something that bothers you?
Oh no.
his head is red. His head is red. I don't know why.
Okay. What if I soap? What does the extensions do?
I think this helps reach or something.
Ah, okay. Why soap
Because you're too
everything?
short.
Ooh, Ollie, since you released a kawaii retro genre, do you have like a genre in mind that you want to like tackle next, perhaps in the future?
Oh, I do. I'm planning on doing a ballad maybe next.
Let's
Ballad.
fucking go!
Ooh.
Let's
Yeah.
fucking go!
Interesting pick. Can't
That'd be
wait.
so cool to hear.
I don't know. I feel like it'd be a little bit awkward since, most of my songs are pretty energetic.
No, you should learn to like close your mouth because when you did that medley song, you sung several ballads, and I think you are just underestimating your capabilities, Miss Ma'am.
This is
Hashtag
what
no.
I
Maybe
call
you should
bias
open your
of-
mouth to sing.
No,
Oh,
it's not biased.
shit, yeah,
Ollie's
hashtag Truth
Hashtag Truth Nuke, Ollie's chat. Raise her up right now. Hype her up right now. You guys understand what I mean. They're missing out if they have not listened to the medley and the new song.
I actually have a request, Miss Girl. I have a request. Can you do like a pop punk song one day, like
What's a pop punk?
like Paramore or like Linkin Park or like Fall Out Boy?
You should
Wait,
do
no, I
that.
feel like you like
should
belting in your own
try.
would be
You
so
should
fucking
try.
cool though.
That would be so fun. It would be so fun.
Be so
I feel like you guys are overestimating my
no,
abilities.
no.
No.
Hashtag
No.
Truth Nuke.
No.
Hashtag Truth Nuke.
Hashtag
It's
Truth
Truth
Nuke, Truth Nuke.
Nuke.
Truth Nuke.
Yeah.
Never fight against the Truth Nuke.
Yep. You can't fight against the Truth Nuke. You can't do that. Mm-hmm.
I understand.
You better.
Yeah, intimidate her. Yeah. This is what it is. Yeah.
Put up for debate.
Hey, it's not
Girls
up
are
for
so
debate.
scary, man.
And you're so beautiful, Miss Girl.
That's true.
That's true.
That's so true.
Hashtag Truth Nuke.
Truth Nuke. Let's go.
She really likes doing that.
It's so funny. Truth Nuke is so funny. I don't know why.
That's like the
Also-
English equivalent of like, I mean, you know?
That's true. I mean, also, have you guys introduced yourselves to Shiori? Actually,
No. Hi. I get nervous
Hello.
around pretty women.
Me too.
Oh no, it's okay. Just pretend I'm like a short dwarf or something.
Oh,
What
that's
the
hot
heck?
too.
what?
No.
You're
By
not
flip.
intimidating, I think. Maybe.
Guys, my mic is dead on
so
Discord
glad
because
you
I'm
guys
using
smashed
voice
each
meter
other's screens.
potato. Oh shit.
I'm just here to clean up. This is the most
Hold
cleaning I'll
on.
do for the entire day.
I'm using this thing called voice meter potato, and literally it enhances my
Hey, 69 cleaned. Let's go.
my volume,
Oh.
and literally
Oh,
I'm at
70%
120.
Girl, how are you at
seconds.
70%?
Oh,
What?
it's because we're not matched for the percentage.
Oh.
I think she gets more because she's the host.
She the host.
I have
There,
1
yeah.
I'm
minute
only at
in.
24.
Me too.
Me too.
You're in the future.
Hold on,
What
I
the
have 40
heck?
se-
Oh my
40
God.
seconds before I can talk to them in
This
Discord.
is like
It's so
not a
Jover.
slice of life anymore, I think.
This is sci-fi now.
It's a tragedy.
Or long time.
Tragedy.
I'm at 30 seconds in.
This is whatever Suzumiya Haruhi was.
I'm in 30 seconds to go.
What was Suzumiya Haruhi?
Aliens.
Sci-fi?
Slice of life?
All of the above.
All of the above.
Wait, I kind of feel like I could sing the song, guys. Okay. That's gonna
It's a
be my
bunch of
future
slices
cover
of
song.
life, but none of them are consistent or normal.
That's true. That's
It's
true.
just a slice, but no life.
Oh God.
Truth nuke.
Let's go. Hashtag Truth Nuke. Yeah.
Wait.
What was the biggest truth nuke of the day, guys?
Of the day.
Of the day.
You've been at this the whole day.
I think Ollie is one of the most strongest marathon streamers out there. You know, that's true.
Don't say that. Don't say that.
That's
I'm
true.
not gonna shut up. I'm not gonna shut up. You're literally streaming the entire fucking day. You're crazy.
Yeah. Your schedule was packed today, girly.
Yeah, you had barely any breaks.
Did you eat?
I
I
did
was about
eat.
to ask. You
Do you have a
did?
bathroom
Okay.
break?
I
What did you
How
did.
many times did you eat?
Oh, good.
I ate twice today. I had breakfast and I also had lunch.
Not
Where's
enough.
dinner?
Not enough? Dinner?
Kana,
Where's
give her
dinner?
more food.
Okay,
Do we
wait.
have to send her food, guys?
Please don't.
I got lifted up. Hello, thank you.
Oh, but there's this one truth nuke that
Oh,
me and Ray learned actually today.
Oh,
wait, which one is this?
The one that Michi told about, deleting the word.
Oh yeah, the keyboard thingy. I didn't know.
The what now?
The keyboard?
So
Okay,
you
go.
if you guys were to like let's say that you guys are writing a sentence and
yeah.
you guys want to like get rid of the last word of your sentence. What do you usually do?
Control backspace?
Control Z.
Oh no, she's.
You-
Oh no,
you
she's
know.
smart. Oh, they're both. Oh, they're smart. They're smart.
Wow.
It's Jover. It's
What?
Jover chat.
It's like
Literally.
control backspace.
Yeah.
Control backspace.
Yeah.
Wait, does that work in Discord or like other?
No,
programs?
everywhere. That used to work in
works.
Microsoft Word as well.
It works everywhere. There's so many like.
Control backspace?
Yes.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
if you so for example you write how are you and you want to delete you, if you press Control Delete, it'll just delete you,
Oh.
Oh.
right? Isn't it mind blowing? I didn't know.
I think that's pretty cool.
Now I just have to do the muscle memory for it.
Yeah, that's the issue. I still go backspace. Like,
Do you guys want to know a funny thing that happened today?
What?
I was watching 2 streams this entire day at the same time.
bro.
Ollie's stream and the Microsoft Excel World Championships.
The what?
The Microsoft Excel World Championships.
They get a belt for
There's a
it.
championship.
Yeah, you also get paid like
Yeah, there is.
$60,000 if you win.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
Whoa.
So it's
Yeah.
basically like a math and logic puzzle that's disguised as like an Excel thing. So it's like a
Cool.
math logic puzzle that's assisted by Excel. It's really fun.
I think it sounds impressive.
Sounds
to be
fun.
honest.
Yeah.
Wait a second. Who wrote
Yeah, and they
this?
never use their mouse. So everything
Oh,
is done
that's
on the
even harder.
keyboard, which is crazy, yeah.
That's how you impress a woman.
I think so.
Yeah.
Take notes, guys.
Hey Richie, did you write the thing behind you?
What thing behind me? What's behind me?
I'm assuming that there's something etek badak. I don't know who wrote that.
Oh no,
And
I
then-
did not. I don't speak Indonesian, girl.
Right.
And then there's also Muna Tobrut.
Huh?
That's
Okay, that
Ollie.
must be Ollie.
That must be Ollie.
I
That must
see.
be Ollie.
That's obviously Ollie.
Why am I in the sky? Okay, I'm done.
Beautiful angel.
Zoom.
I was just standing on Ollie.
An
What?
angel has gotten her wings.
We don't talk about it. I'm sorry for stepping on you. I didn't mean to.
I'm sure some people are into that though, so.
That's
Yeah.
true.
If you're
all
sorry
into
about
that.
it, then do it again, but properly.
Best. Where are you?
Girls are scary.
Can I actually? Oh, I can. Okay.
We're just matching each other's freaks, you know? It's all good.
I'm just gonna hang out on Ollie's head for a while.
Hell yeah.
He's so laser focused. I don't even know if I'm in the same time zone. I should check if I live in the same time zone. Hey Ray, where are you?
I'm with Raichi.
I'm not with
You're
you.
with Raichi? Raichi's
What the
over
fuck?
there. You're
I'm
over
right
here.
behind you. I'm right
I'm not
behind
with you, girl.
Oh my god,
He's
we
not
are
so
time
aggressive about
traveling.
it. He's like, I'm not
Okay,
with
wait.
you.
Damn.
Wait, Ray.
She
if I
hates
spray
me.
your
Kana,
face,
Kana,
you see it.
Kana.
Yes.
Am I beside you?
No? God, that's scary.
Okay.
Okay, there's some paranormal activity happening here. We're playing Phasmo, guys. Psych.
Are you friendly? Are you here? How old are you? How old are you?
Wait, Ray, am I spraying your face?
Where the fuck
see
are you? I don't
water?
know.
But I'm showering you right now.
She's starting to curse. She's so scared.
It's a ghostly shower.
What
My
the
God.
fuck, man? I got no
I just
spray,
wanna
man.
know if I have a friend in my time zone.
I don't think so, girlie. You've been like the most lost one from all of us.
What do you mean? You thought Raichi was next to you?
Yeah, I haven't seen anybody except Muna all day.
Damn.
What? What about
I see.
I'm right
I see
next to you,
Ollie. I
Raichi.
see Raichi from my POV. I'm still at the Muna Tobrut area.
I'm one of
What the
the
heck
area.
is Tobruk area?
It's at the back
by
of
the
the
stairs.
castle. Yeah,
What?
stairs
I only saw
castle.
the Tepos one. What the hell?
Are you guys still cleaning the mushroom
Tepos.
area?
Oh yeah,
There's a mushroom area?
Yeah, there's a mushroom area.
I
Hmm.
already finished cleaning that on my side.
What? No, the Tepos area is next to the Zomblo area.
Yeah, and then if you look up, there is Muna Tobrut.
Ah, okay, but where are you?
Oh. Yeah, well,
I'm-
how did
I'm
that
in-
happen? Oh, I see Ollie.
I'm in front of Zomblo, like near Zomblo and Tepos.
I'm in the middle of Jomblo and Tepos.
Girl, I do not see you.
Oh, this is terrifying.
No.
This is terrifying. More at 9.
Lucky Star's more like missing star at this point.
And we pretend that airplanes on the night skies are shooting stars.
Sorry,
I want
think
you to
about,
cover that, please.
I think about the meteor again. Would it be hard to get
Her
perms for that?
that I just cleaned is not like, I don't know if it's already done or not.
I'm still at 31%, man.
77.
At least we're
Wow.
safe. I think
least
Ollie's just
you're
making
making progress.
percentages.
Yeah. I think I'm getting the hang of this game. So you switch nozzles if you need more pressure, and then there's soap. So it's like real life.
By the way,
Star's
Ollie,
not
your
helping
Hoogie
me.
tech is still loading for the entire it's of the stream, I think.
Oh my god. You're right.
Something stolen.
Yeah, Fugi Tech is kind of weird.
Oh, is it just not working right now?
Yeah.
It'd be like that.
Yeah.
It happens.
Man.
What's up, girl?
I know this is your happy time,
Yeah.
but I'm losing my mind.
No,
Why?
okay. I thought I was the only one. Thank you.
Oh. Oh. You're losing your mind? Why?
I'm
Yeah.
losing my mind.
I'm literally
I
just
don't know.
streaming Courage for you as I'm cleaning.
Yippee!
Yeah. So nice to listen and clean.
Like, why am I cleaning in my pastime? Like,
Remember when we were talking about least favorite chores? It's like asking me
Yeah.
which was it which level of hell I want to stay in, you know?
exactly.
Yeah.
Wait, I should think. Do I have any chores that I really hate doing?
I like doing dishes. I just put them in a dishwasher.
Yeah,
So
me too.
nice.
Love having a dishwasher.
Yeah.
I just have
I
a
don't-
sponge and dream.
I have a
Aw.
dishwasher, but we rarely use it, so I still wash by hand.
Oh, girl. It's up
You
to
gotta
you to change their
change.
mind, yeah.
Yeah.
That's true.
You have to be the change you want to see in this world.
Ironing clothes. Oh, I think I prefer steaming clothes more than
Yeah.
ironing, so it doesn't break. You
I don't
know,
have
like the
one
material.
Oh, you know what I hate? I hate tailoring my clothes. I hate mending and tailoring.
Okay,
Oh,
yeah,
yeah,
that one's
yeah.
annoying. That one's
Yeah.
annoying.
I hate hemming my
Oh.
clothes. That's what I hate the most. Cause like, I
if you do a
don't.
shit job,
Yeah.
it's so bad.
You have to be meticulous when you hem your pants, you know, because like you have to be sure to measure it a certain way, and then you don't want to use rulers or math or numbers, so it's just vibe, and then it's bad, and then
Yeah, and then you
Yeah.
ruin
Never wear
it.
pants ever again.
yeah, short skirts, thigh highs, yay!
Well, what's your
health
favorite
effect?
chore at least?
Favorite chore.
I like
don't mind
putting clothes in the
vacuuming.
laundry.
Oh.
I like organizing anything. Making it pretty, you know?
True.
I like folding clothes freshly out of the washer.
Oh, that's
Fresh out
hot.
of the dryer. Sorry, fresh
Not
out
a
of the
dryer?
dryer.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fresh out of the dryer.
Let me
My
get
bad.
my wet clothes and start folding.
Damn,
You
so
never know.
soggy.
Maybe I'm a freak like that.
You know, soggy
never know, you
clothes
never know.
folded.
Yeah. But if they have stayed in the dryer for too long and they're like all wrinkled, I'm just gonna wash them again and dry them again. I don't care.
How long does it take to wash your clothes with the dryer on?
Washer,
Depends on the load,
15 minutes.
probably.
Yeah. I always use the express option though, whenever possible.
Oh.
Yeah.
I just leave mine wrinkled until I have to use it.
You are so smart. I think I should start doing that. There's some truth to that, I think.
Rachie, do you see me? Are we together?
Girl, where the hell are you?
She's still
under
trying to
you.
find someone.
You're
I'm
in a
under
different
you.
time zone. You're not even on this
A
planet.
different dimension.
Yeah.
I just want to talk to somebody.
Bro, just
We're
talk.
talking.
This
No,
we're not
yeah.
even talking
Usually.
about Powerwash.
Damn, she can't hear us, guys. I'm so sad.
Damn.
They are.
All this time, we've been muted.
No, she's getting our messages like 15 minutes later.
A little bit, yeah. Like, what if?
It feels like she's here.
Oh my
I
god.
can it feels like I can almost hear her still.
Yeah.
Hello.
Do you hear
Oh
that
my
small
God.
bark in the corner? I feel like I did.
You know what? Whenever I think of Kana, I always think of like a Toby Fox like dog, you know? Like just like an annoying, like little
I understand.
Small ass dog.
small ass dog. With that exact expression.
You're right. You're right.
I have a confession that I need to make.
Yeah.
All right,
What's up?
hit it.
Whenever Kana speaks, I hear like the Toby Fox dog BGM playing as she speaks.
Whenever Ray and Kana like are in person and they talk together, I hear the temp shop music.
I understand.
Do you understand what I mean?
I understand.
You're so silly.
You guys are the silly ones.
Damn. Yeah. I got kicked out.
No!
I really was in a different time zone.
Damn.
Dang, girl.
You're still
I
here
invite you
in my
again.
area. This
Oh,
is
my ghost. That's my spirit.
Did you get the invite?
Girls, how clean are we?
I'm at 36%. 36%.
Oh my
I
god.
think only Ollie is like ahead.
Damn. It's
When
okay.
I
She
tried
needs to be
joining the
ahead.
room, it does say
True,
87%, guys.
It's your special day.
Yep.
Yippee.
Oh yeah, wait. Ollie, have you like talked about like how you feel? It's been like 5 years. That's half a decade.
Oh.
Isn't it crazy to think about?
It is crazy, but also at the same time, I feel like not much has changed. You get me? Well,
In terms
things
of
did
you
change.
or externally? Like internally, do you feel things have changed? Or is it externally?
It's more of an external thing. I feel like I have grown as a person, but otherwise, I think everything is basically the same. It's still a safe space. It's still a nice, cozy place where everyone is so welcoming. But I don't know. How about you, Miss 14th anniversary? I would like to hear your thoughts also.
My back just cracked. My back just cracked. You gotta give me a minute.
Bro, she pulled out the 14th card. That's
She did pull out the 14th card. Oh. 14 years. You 14-year-olds are pretty mean. You know, 14 also, I think, like, my career is at the point where I need it needs to start doing college prep, or else it'll fall behind, you know, with the SATs. So that's what I'm thinking about right now. I need to make sure my career gets good SAT scores so I can get into a good college.
I'll just go to a community college.
That's true.
Degrees.
It is wild though. Yeah, you've been online for like 14 years. That's crazy, girl. That's really crazy.
Haven't you guys been online for like that long too? I mean, like before creating content and stuff like that. I mean, I'm pretty sure like haven't we been online for that long?
I guess it depends on if you like post anything
Yeah.
online too.
Yeah.
Because like the experience as a viewer and like an entertainer is like two different
That's true.
beasts.
That is true.
Yeah.
Okay, so before you guys became like entertainers, like content creators, what were you guys doing in the internet?
Kingdom
I just
Hearts
watch Let's
forums.
Plays.
Playing
Kingdom
games.
Hearts, let's go! I used to read fanfic.
Yes!
Fan fiction.
Oh my god.
Fanfiction.net.
Yeah,
That
thank
was
you.
AO3.
AO3 is also great. At least AO3 doesn't delete fanfics. Like, they're there.
Oh.
Yeah.
I think I used to be like mainly an Instagram illustrator for a while.
Oh, dang.
Yeah, but like back then the community was low-key kind of toxic and it traumatized me, so I quit Instagram and went to Twitter. That's my lore.
Oh, but Twitter's the same, isn't it?
Isn't Twitter the same?
Now it
Actually,
is.
it's-
I don't think it was always back
it's-
then.
Yeah, but I feel like I think I escaped to Twitter because I ended up like talking with the Japanese community instead, and back on Instagram it was like the English community, and my god, that was a wild time to be in, where there was like art clubs and there's admissions to be in the cool kids art club, and you had
Also
to
like
like
DeviantArt.
yeah, that happened as well in Instagram, and that was there's so much drama that happened. I'm like, I'm out, man. Nah. I think I've been just drawing my entire life and never actually did like content until 2020.
Would you guys consider like uploading to DeviantArt and other art websites as content creation or no?
I would. It's still art.
Yeah,
Still art.
It counts. It counts.
God, if
I
that's
used
the
to
case,
like browsing it.
Is it
yeah.
not 14 anymore for you?
No, it's more than that. I'm pretty sure I started uploading 2008, maybe.
You
Oh,
are.
wow.
2008.
18 years?
Wow, that's crazy! Congratulations on your college application.
My college, my kids are behind. She's behind.
Oh man, this nasty as fuck. What the fuck people do to this damn shit? I'm gonna clean you up.
I think you just mentioned it. It's shit, isn't it?
Damn.
I sell rainbow.
Dang, these dark corners are really hard to spot. You know, all the dirt
That
and
is-
everything.
Yeah.
You gotta keep pressing that tab button just for it to light up, for
We
sure.
should just make it rain. Like someone make a weather machine of some kind.
Oh yeah, that would be
Ooh.
nice.
Is that even possible?
I don't think
Good
so.
question.
Unless you're a scientist.
I think there was a movie about that, but instead of rain, it was meatballs.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Oh,
Then we would
yeah.
have to
Body
clean
with
more.
chances of meatballs.
Okay, okay, I'm not wrong. Yay.
Yay!
Oh god.
Huh?
Oh.
You good?
Now I understand what you mean by, rage quitting the game when you're not done cleaning.
Okay, you get it right. You get it right. Like you're almost there, but they're like, haha, it's clean. And I'm like, what the fuck?
Like,
It was
don't worry, bestie. We
I'm like,
got you.
I don't like that. Like if it's like a really super duper small spot, then sure. But if it's like a big chunk spot, and I'm like, why would you do that? I still have so much water.
You still have so much water and so much love in your heart. It just doesn't have enough whimsy.
Oh man.
Damn. Did you really have to hit her with that?
Damn. Back to the whimsy yet again.
How do you guys feel about tarot cards?
Love them. They're funny.
They're
I don't
pretty.
mind them. I don't do anything with it though.
I'm neutral with it. Okay.
Are you a big believer in it?
I'm not a believer. I play for fun, but sometimes
Yeah, that
it's
makes
just a
sense.
little bit scary how accurate it gets.
Oh.
Yeah, that can happen.
Just been staring at the loading screen.
Oh
You're
my
so
god,
stuck
you're still not
there.
here? Sorry, let me
Is my
invite you
ghost there?
again.
Am I there in spirit?
Yes.
Your
Oh,
name
yes.
is still in here, though.
Then at least I'm there.
And now
in the
you have
future.
one job, and that is to yap.
That's true.
But I'm a ghost.
Girl.
Eh, terus
Wow.
apa anjir? Apa hubungannya?
Come on, yeah.
Okay. Wait. There we go.
Man, seeing your screen so clean of everything, Ollie, is just like wow. And then for us, it's so dirty.
Yeah.
Wait, really?
Yeah, you're at
Yeah.
91. We're at 44%.
Yeah, we're still at 44.
You are in the future, Oli.
I am.
The future of cleaning.
Oh.
I am the future.
I get what you mean because I just opened like Ollie's video. What the hell?
This is how it looks like, Kana. We live in the future.
And you move so fast too, and everyone is there. Oh my god.
The future is bright. I guess you could say it's our chromatic future.
Oh my god! Oh my god, wait, Ollie, have you seen like a lot of like the, how do you say it? Reaction videos for the Hollow ID Live? I've seen so many like float to my timeline and everyone's been really happy about it.
I've only seen Kiara Senpai talk about it.
Really?
She was very excited. Everyone looked really good
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I saw a clip of her earlier today. I was like, oh, that's really sweet.
Oh yeah. Her clip everywhere.
Yeah. Again, Hololive ID, like literally has so much potential, and anyone sleeping on it is missing out. You're so missing out. You're missing out everything.
Well, that's their life.
That's true. Time to make them regret their losses.
Yeah. Masih gak bisa Kana sayang?
I got distracted watching you clean.
Oh.
Give us your commentary, Queen. What do you feel?
She's cleaning off the number 69 I wrote. That's my lottery number.
Oh, we're there, huh?
No.
I'm circling.
Did I win? Did we win the lottery in the future now?
I don't think
You
so.
won a free cleaning service, which is what Ollie's doing.
Man.
Have you guys ever been kidnapped before?
What?
No.
I would hope not.
Ever been
Hold
what?
on. What context is this, girl?
What do you mean?
Is this something for therapy?
Huh?
I just remembered the memory and I was like, I wonder if the others ever got kidnapped when they were a kid.
Oh, that's actually pretty common, isn't that?
What?
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 Yeah.
Oh.
Have you?
Not me.
Well, technically, there's like relatives who can kind of kidnap you, is what they would call it.
I'm pretty sure my sister got kidnapped once.
Excuse me?
Do tell.
Yeah. I think they she got like pulled over or something when she was a kid, like, and like like I don't remember who was driving. I think like there was like a family member driving her, and then like suddenly the car got stopped, and then like these not kids, but these guys like tried to take her out of the car and like in exchange for something, but then it got resolved. But I don't remember what it was. Sorry, I can't be more descriptive, but like I'm pretty sure I only heard this story once. It was like scary.
That
That
is
is
pretty
scary,
scary.
man.
Always lock your doors.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Always lock your doors.
I fall.
Oh.
Yeah, that was actually a pretty common thing in Bali as well, wasn't it? Back in the day, like 20 years ago or something.
It was common?
Oh. I
Yeah.
never
Apparently,
knew.
like, if you didn't lock your doors in Bali back in the day, like the car doors, like people would just go in and like take stuff.
That's.
Oh, I think people
that's
do that
crazy.
anywhere, really.
Yeah.
Damn.
They don't do that
It probably just
anymore.
depends on like the neighborhood and everything.
Yeah.
Too.
That's so scary. Oh no. Got disconnected.
Wait, really? But your name's still here?
It's her spirit.
It's the spirit.
Yeah.
The spirit
Fine.
persists.
My
I just
OBS.
kidnapped her body. Yeah.
Ooh.
My
that's
OBS
pretty
only.
Oh, you're
Muna
OBS.
stream offline.
Yeah,
Yeah.
my
Oh.
OBS.
Oh no.
It couldn't detect the YouTube. I don't know why.
Damn.
Oh, it's Korean attack again. Okay. Right.
I kind of miss playing with the water as a kid and not getting sick, but I know if I get sprayed by water right now, I'm probably gonna die because I'm old.
No, I actually have a theory about this. I think the
Okay,
weather's
what?
different. I think the environment is different. I
Okay.
think the weather is different, and I genuinely don't think it's us.
Okay, thank God. Thank you for making me feel like I'm not that old anymore.
You're a beautiful girl. You're never wrong. Remember
oh my
that.
God. You're so sweet.
Cute girls can never be wrong.
Hashtag
Never our fault.
Oh God.
Good luck!
If you're cute, it's automatically never your fault. And cute's a mindset, so get to it.
I love that. I love that so much. Age is just a number. That's true. It's a social
That's
construct.
true.
That's true.
And you can
I don't think it's just a social construct, but it is just
Don't
a
say
number.
that! Don't say that!
Okay, like low key only just because I remember about like South Koreans having like +1 on their age, and I'm like, But and I'm like, which is true? Is it the +1 or is it not with the +1? You know?
Hmm. Yeah, but if you're cute, you can get away with anything.
That's
Trust.
true.
Exactly. Like if Hatsune Miku committed arson, I wouldn't say a thing.
No, I would not. I would just, I'd just be like, all right, I guess it's my fault.
I love your songs.
Miku. You guys read that comic, the Peach Time comic, the one by My Silly Comics, where like two people put their hand on a peach can and they look up and then it's Miku and they're like, wow, Miku. You know which one I'm talking about?
I don't think I know that one.
Wait, okay, I'm looking for it. One sec.
All right, all right.
I put it and I'm uploading it to OpenChat.
Okay.
Oh,
You know that one.
I like the guy who does the comics there. His little silly
Yeah.
character.
Oh, I've seen. Oh.
Time. Miku.
Me. Oh, am I? Oh. Am I flying? Amazing.
She flying. An angel has gained their wings today, chat.
There we go. Cheese.
Cheese?
I love cheese.
Also, I love cheese. I figured out why my thing was not working. My phone was dead while dying.
Oh!
This kept disconnecting. Now I can finally talk normally. Hi.
Hello.
Hi.
What up?
Hey, gorgeous.
Says the prettiest princess ever.
That's true, but you too.
Mm-hmm. All girls are pretty.
We're all pretty here. Remember, cute's a mindset.
Cute is a mindset?
Yeah, it's
Cute
a mindset.
is a mindset.
Okay, what does that mean?
That means if you think you're cute, you can get away with anything.
Commit arson right now.
What if like
Yeah.
a cop just shows up and says like, I know what you've done, and you say, but I'm cute.
Oh, okay.
And then they'll just be like, oh, that's true. Carry on.
Oh, that's true.
Can we get discount by being cute? Good questions.
Have you
wait.
never gotten a cute discount?
No. I think I'm not cute enough.
You're sexy.
I'm sure
They
it's
could,
cute.
yeah, you got the sexy discount, which is a little bit more, and I'm sort of jealous. So, I don't know. I guess God doesn't give with two hands.
Oh.
God is fair.
God is
In
fair.
love and games. Don't cry about it. Why are you guys cleaning the things that are already clean?
What do you
Why are
mean it's already
What do you
clean?
mean it's already clean?
It's not clean.
It's clean.
No, it's not.
No,
At least you're almost at 100%.
Yeah.
we're literally at
What's get you
54.
there?
We're at 54,
Yeah.
girly.
Mm-hmm.
Where's
To
your
be
100
honest, I don't
coming
know if
from?
our percentage even helps you at this point. You're too far ahead.
Yeah,
That's true.
that's our Oshi. That's our not hashtag not birthday girl.
Hashtag
Anniversary
not
girl?
birthday girl.
Not a birthday
Anniversary-
girl.
Not a birthday girl.
Not a birthday girl.
Oh shoot, we might have to end it in 10 minutes. I need to do my ending stream.
Oh no.
God.
Okay. Oh, I
No
guess we
props.
failed. No, we didn't. We failed,
No,
but we
we
were
didn't.
cute. We
Yeah.
failed,
No,
but we
no,
were
no.
cute while doing it.
No. We don't
Exactly.
fail. In Ollie's POV, it's almost 100. So
That's
We
true.
won.
We've succeed. We've won. We've
That's the
won.
power of cute
yeah,
girls.
yeah.
Get it
It's,
to 100. You got
as long
this.
as it's more than 50, it's good.
Yay.
That's
The
true.
threshold was 50.
Well, yeah.
The threshold can be anything you want, baby.
Yeah.
I'm staring at Ollie's POV. I'm so distracted by it.
I'm staring at you staring
This is so
at
pretty.
You guys are so silly.
I'm just staring at, like, you know when
Fine,
there's like the
fine.
tiniest little specks on the corners, and I'm just like, get it. Okay. Right there. Oh, hey Ollie.
Yeah.
Since it's been like it's your 5th anniversary now, did you have like something that you thought, like a goal or a dream you thought would never happen, but it actually like came true?
Ooh,
Nice question.
Good question.
Listen.
Something that I thought would never came true. I need to delegate my words properly without sounding depressing.
Oh,
In a moment.
Okay.
Yeah, take your time. Words are hard.
that's
Yeah.
true. It is a loaded question.
That's a lot of cheese with your question, Miss Kana.
Oops.
Oopsies. You have to forgive her. She's cute.
Oh yeah, I never thought that I'd be chosen to sing at like world tour or sing live.
Aww.
Girly.
You have such a beautiful voice.
Thank you. But like without self-depreciating myself, I know that there are also other members that are a lot more known for their singing. So it does come as a shock and a blessing to me to know that, you know, I was entrusted with so many things. I got also chosen as like Hollow Plus's ambassador. Something that I never thought would have happened. Abaya, I never thought that the chances that I got in 2025 would ever happen in a million years.
Oh,
girly.
That's awesome. Look, you keep proving yourself wrong at every turn.
That's
Yeah.
Yeah, and you're doing
you.
great as an ambassador.
Thank
Yeah. I think it's thanks to your hard work and you kept pushing all these years, really. You've never once really
true.
stopped, like fully stopped, you know? And that's not easy.
That is not easy. I don't think I know anyone
That's
that.
real.
Yeah, you work so hard.
You work really hard.
Well, why
Yeah.
is this turning into like a validation corner?
Because it's your fifth
it's
debut
your fifth
anniversary! Take it! Let's
My
go!
plan
Let's
all along,
go!
honestly.
I'm just here to challenge you guys.
And also, like for World Tour, think of it as like everyone will get their time eventually, but your time is like now. It's basically 2025. It was your year, you know. It's your year.
Yeah.
And I think maybe perhaps management just saw like, okay, I think we know who's ready for World Tour right now, so they took you, and you killed it. Do you see all the receptions so far? Like crazy, girl.
Unintended.
Yeah, Trup Nooks.
Yeah, but again,
Deserve it.
never in a million years did I think that I'd sing so much in a single year. I mean, we also had Chromatic Future. That was crazy.
Yeah.
Wouldn't have happened without everyone's support.
That is true.
And I keep saying that like a broken record.
It's a record I think everyone would be happy to listen, even if it's on repeat for 1,000 times or plus, you know? So it's
Yeah.
okay.
It's true. Truth Nook.
Trup Nook, hashtag Trup Nook, we keep going.
What did I do? I need to. Tuhan Allah.
What is this
Oh,
girl?
kenapa, girl?
Why are you mentioning God?
I have to press something, and my OBS got loaded by an ad from YouTube.
Oh,
We don't talk about
there's
it.
an ad in OBS.
Ads and OBS.
Don't talk
ads in
about what I
OBS?
just did,
Kind of
okay?
thing.
Wait, how does that possible?
Yeah.
Yeah.
How do you get ads in
Don't worry
OBS?
about it. Don't worry about it. You don't have to know. It's okay.
Oh, dang.
What?
Guys, she's on free trial.
She's on. What?
What? Wait, OBS have a free trial?
Girl, I think it's a sign you have not been streaming. Like you've been gone for too long. I think you should stream.
I think it's time for you to stream again, Gun.
Yeah, the fact that OBS is putting you on free trial again, it's crazy, man.
We don't talk about what just happened.
For real?
Did my chat hear that? They did, didn't they? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, guys. I swear, hashtag not sponsored. They
Wait,
heard
no,
the
you're
ad.
supposed to say it's sponsored. Like, get that truth, you know, get sponsored. Go.
Yeah, get
Why
sponsored.
would you why would you deny a sponsor? Say, oh yeah, definitely sponsored, guys. Like, you're just that it girl, you know.
Materia girl.
But hashtag Truth Noob, let's go.
I love Truth Nook and my girlies.
I know, it's so funny.
Basically, what happened was I was trying to like put Ollie's stream on my stream because I just keep staring at it anyway, and my chat is just looking at me staring off into the distance at nothing, right? So I was gonna put the video on the side, but
Oh my
then I just put it
God.
as like a browser source, and then you know.
Oh, it
not
started
locked
playing
in right.
ads.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh. Oh
We
my
don't talk
god,
about
you're being a react channel right now. That's so funny.
Yo.
Oh my god.
Kana Tamachi react stream arc.
Holy
Just
shit.
me staring like, get that spot, get that one spot. Yeah, girl.
Mm.
It was so sad.
Girl, you're so funny. Give it up for Kana Tamachi, guys.
Woo! Impeccable timing. Impeccable timing with that applause. Fantastic.
Damn, this one is really nice to do it with friends. If I do it by
Right?
myself, I will end.
Yeah,
Oh,
I don't have
yeah.
the attention span for this alone.
Me too.
Right?
This is a
I mean,
yapping one.
I mean, I refunded the game
Actually makes
once.
me really sleepy.
This is probably the longest I've played without actually
Rage quitting.
Yeah.
I don't think you can refund it anymore either.
Yeah. Damn. Well, I guess I'm keeping this game.
Yeah.
Crap. That's true.
The rage is gone within me thanks to the pretty girls in this game. Oh my lord.
No line.
Pretty
It's
girls makes everything better.
That's true.
What's that
Hashtag
song that
tutu.
this is pretty girl munch or this that fly? What's that song? Why did it suddenly come to mind?
It's
Oh, wait,
isn't that
Jenny?
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 Ah, yes.
That's Jenny?
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
Jenny.
That's my anthem.
It's so good. It's so
LA.
good.
Ugh. That's the mindset you have to go into every day with.
That's true. That's
That's
true.
true.
You live and breathe as a pretty girl, nothing less.
Nothing less. And everybody else is a pretty girl around you too.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, even the guys. Even the
Yeah.
guys.
Beautiful.
Yes.
Material girl.
Yes.
Will this ever reach 100%? Is this even possible?
I'm not sure. I really need 2 more percent.
So
2 more
many tiny
percent?
spots.
We're still at 62, aren't we?
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
so.
It's
Yeah.
okay, we'll just Photoshop the number.
Oh yeah, you're so smart.
Just keep cleaning.
Yeah.
It will done eventually.
99. 99. You got this.
You just need to clean this one big castle.
Is it the castle in the middle?
Yes. Oh no,
Okay.
the outer castle, I mean, the one that we're doing right here.
Okay. Wait, do you see
I'm
me?
doing
Who's
it.
in charge of doing it?
I'm doing the castle
Oh.
too as well.
I'm cleaning too. Yeah.
So when everyone cleans, it affects like the percentage on all you side.
I think so.
Yeah, I think so.
It should.
Okay, get the orange castle looking thingy, Majiki guys.
Okay.
Or which one is like at 99? This one, right? No?
The outer ones.
Okay. My stream is just me staring at Ali's video silently.
Girl, give us some commentary, you know, before
Yeah.
we reach 100%. You're the React Andy right now. Come on.
Oh my god, the commentary, like in a football game.
Yeah.
I'm so not the person for that.
Or maybe you should like backseat.
Oh, you should back.
Oh yeah, true. That I can do.
Oh my
That I
god.
can definitely do.
Dang, this girl's gonna backseat me.
I should open everyone's point of view.
Wow.
Dang, I'm scared. She's gonna nitpick. She's gonna be like, "What's this girl doing?" She's gonna put so much pressure that, you know, it's a real pressure washer.
She's gonna spam in your chat. Like, you missed a spot. You missed a spot.
Ah!
Is Reishi even moving?
Yeah, I'm moving. What are you talking about?
Are?
Oh,
I'm
she's
moving.
starting.
You are?
I'm moving.
Uh-huh.
I
I'm
hear a
just
bunch of
trying-
things.
I'm just
I
trying to
think we-
pace myself until we reach 69%. Obviously.
Missed, like a spot.
Time out!
Wait.
And like over there on the left.
What?
I'm pretty sure that's a spot.
What? What is Muna? Wait.
I have a
wait.
timeout.
Damn.
I invited you again.
Or you can
Okay.
backseat with me. It's also
We're
fun.
so close. We're so close.
Yeah, we're so close. I don't know why it's timeout.
Who's in charge of doing the front side of the golf?
Did we even have? Wait, are our
There's a
tasks
front
individual? Enggak kan? No, right?
Wala.
These are all shared tasks, right?
Yeah, well, it's supposed to, but I think we're just everywhere in the world, so.
We're everywhere in the world.
I saw percentages there that she's not okay. It's gonna take a while.
I think I'm going to watch always.
You're going to watch too?
Oh, no,
Yeah.
she's gonna
It's
backseat too.
actually fun, guys. Not gonna lie, I don't have to click and aim. I just have to watch. This is great. You know what? Yeah, this is great.
That's so great. While waiting.
I think you missed this spot, Charlie.
Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Get out of my head!
I was talking about Reichi, but you too.
Are you
Wow. That's kind
I
of
can watch
fucked, not
Race
gonna lie.
too.
Okay, dang, what the dog doing?
I'll watch Ray too. It's great. I should have done this ages ago. What am I doing?
Rejoin. It's not even loading.
Just need one more percent.
I see Ray's technique. She goes very slow, but she gets every spot. So slow though, girl. Can't she pick up the pace? Hello?
Damn.
Nah, I
This
won't do
girl's
that.
scary.
Oh my god.
She
Ollie
does not
looks
scare
so
me.
clean.
Keep barking, I'm not scared.
Damn.
Yeah, because, you know, between the two of us, you're the scary one, remember?
Oh yeah. Hee.
So what's your dynamic? Who's sour, who's sweet?
Oh, definitely kind of
And
sweet.
then
I'm
who's
sour.
gone? I could be sour.
You can't handle. You can't even handle like sour things that well, girl.
Okay, that's different. That's sour at taste. You know.
Small forest.
Who kills the bugs in the relationship?
Me.
Oh dang girl.
Dang.
But
She
Yeah.
just looks at exasperatedly and she's like, again. And she grabs a tissue and just eats it off.
the dog is
scared of
scared of
bugs.
the bugs.
I'm scared of bugs too, but like because she's more scared than I am, like, well, I'll just do it then. It's fine. Like I don't really want to touch it, but sure, fine. You know who's gonna do it anyways?
You could call the neighbor or something.
That you don't think that I can rejoin?
No.
Damn.
Let me.
It's up to the four of us. For our fallen brethren. Charge.
Let me try. Rejoin. Maybe I try to close the game and then rejoin. I don't know.
You can
Might as
try.
well.
Could try. I could try. Cha-cha.
Okay, not gonna lie, Ray is so clean. I have no commentary. I'm just gonna watch Ray cheat.
Yeah,
I give
I'm
up.
cleaning.
Why do you think I
You
clean
just
your
do it
place, Kana? Why do you think I clean your place? Why do you think I'm good at it?
Oh, happy birthday, Mark! Yeah. There is some chat in some chat in my chat. He's having a birthday. How do I say it right? How do I say it? Happy birthday, Mark!
Happy anniversary.
Happy anniversary!
Happy
Happy anniversary!
What's a portcullis?
A what?
Portcullis.
What color?
The what now?
The portcullis.
You can keep spamming tab until you find it. Unless it's really tiny, then it'll be really hard.
6%.
What's left?
Everything.
Yeah, it's still so dirty from my POV, like 66 only.
Yeah.
What colors?
It's 99 on mine.
I know. We're just trying to get you 100. I think it's up to you at this point, to be honest.
Alright, so I think we cleaned enough. So, girlies, I would like to say thank you for cleaning this mini golf together with me. Let's celebrate by playing mini golf one day together.
Yay!
Let's go!
Yeah!
It was so fun
Yippee.
playing with you guys. It was a nice apaya. What's it in English? Pandinginan.
Like a
Cooling down.
hangout?
Cool down? Icebreaker? Which
Cool down.
Well done.
Ah,
It's
cool
a nice
down.
cool down from the whole marathon stream. So thank you so much, everybody.
Aw, thanks for having us.
Thanks for having us.
So before I end the stream, does anybody have any announcements you'd like to make?
True.
Yeah.
Do you guys have anything else you'd like to announce? Surely you have something.
I have a collab in 12-ish hours, but that's about it.
Ooh.
Ooh, collab.
What will you be doing, girly?
Don't Scream Together, in which I'm pretty sure we will scream together.
Oh, right. It's out. It's out, right? It just came out.
That out with my group. Advent.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did the very cute Rilla beer.
Thank you. It was fun helping out. Hee
And then Ollie, any last words, Ollie?
Yeah.
I love you girls so much. Thank you for playing with me. If I drag you guys to play again, do not reject.
I will
not
never
reject.
want.
To reject.
I will do anything for you.
I'll do anything for you, Miss Ma'am.
Happy. I'm so happy.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right. With that, I think we can end this stream. See you guys another time. Otsu!
After this, don't forget go to the closing.
Yeah, go to the closing stream.
Closing.
Yay!
Yay.
Okay, muted. Thank you so much, everybody.
When you
Good
say
job,
muted,
good
I haven't clicked. Okay.
I'm also not muting. Hold on. Okay. There we go. Ta-dan! Okay, I'm done talking with them. But yeah, I think this has been the longest stream I've had in a while, actually. What do you guys feel about that? I actually haven't streamed this long since 2022. I remember back then, I used to alright, chat, muted. I'm still muted. It's literally on the wait. Hear nothing. Test. Am I there? There we go. Oh, I'm delayed. Okay, welcome back. Okay. Oh, my chat is super delayed. Wait, how do I undelay you guys? Hold on. How do I undelay you guys? No, you good? Okay. More content, which is good. Now we good. Yeah, so I want to still talk to you guys for another hour. I think the last time it's lagging. Yeah. You're not muted? Yeah, okay. What the frig? We're in the past. Holy shit, hold on. Oh, there's a delay. Hold on. Let's burn my dread, babe. Okay. I'm loading chat again. Hold on. Connecting. Like 30-second delay. Okay. Okay. Test. I heard the entire conversation you were doing. Okay. Am I talking that at the correct time now? I refresh my chat, or is that not supposed to be the thing? I heard the entire conversation you're doing. Oh my god. Maybe. Thank you for your hard working today, Master Ray of the House Levere. Give us a test. Say a number you want from us. Say 1. Say 1. Okay, we're not that bad anymore, guys. Thank you. And thank you for the bits, Jimmy. I really appreciate it. Yeah. So yeah, we have... I think I'm still gonna stream for another hour. Just because it'll be nice to like tie with sleeping. So I think today has been a wild day. It really, really felt like a wild day. And you know what to do when things are wild? We go back. An hour or 45 minutes? I think 45. I think technically 45. Ba-bong. We're back to this. We're back to this. So it's actually another art stream. Lamau. Ha ha ha. It's actually another art stream. How does it feel being an endurance streamer for a day? Oh no, I've done this back then. So before most of you guys came here, and I think the one that knew that I streamed for long is probably the Ginga. I remember, back then I used to stream almost every day or 3 times a week, and it's always from 4 hours to at least 8 or 11 hours. I used to be an endurance streamer because I just drew and talked with friends, but I never really had any more time afterwards. So it's actually kind of like, it's not too hard when you start from the afternoon, because I usually start my stream at like 1 p.m. JST back then. Ray's a strong girly, guys. I mean, I was home the entire day. Thank you for handling the bakery stuff today, Kana. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Your gaming streams are sometimes long too. Oh yeah, I remember when I was playing like Inazuma. Well, not Inazuma. It was Yakuza. I was playing Yakuza. I remember like going really long and hard on that one because I was so obsessed with it. I'm so dead. Thank you for handling. I'm so sorry. I'll be with you tomorrow. I also got a lot of the back end stuff handled. Like I think midstream, I was telling like chat, sorry chat, I have to do work right now, and then it's basically just like communication with people. But you handled most of the bakeries. I really appreciate it. Thank you. All good. You did great today. Yeah, I should probably check my WhatsApp again and check if there was any progress. I didn't touch it. Well, yeah. Okay, no updates there. Nola, just chill. Oh, it's okay. I'm always on work mode. That's the thing. Like, I'm usually always on work mode. I don't mind checking my WhatsApp because usually, my mom would ask me to do something, so it's kind of like ingrained in my entire like, oh, I should probably do this and do that, you know? That was really fun collabs, very chill. I feel like I could like clip a lot of things, and I hope I can ask both Ginga and NFS to find like some stuff. I have to figure out which one is which. I think a lot of them are really stupid and funny, and I feel like it would be nice to actually like clip on those. And you know, speaking of watching closings, I need to watch our Jumpy. Passionate music that makes me want to sing. I like editing silly videos. I really like the edits. Like, again, that Hopecore edit, I think about it a lot. I think about it a lot. Oh my god, someone already made a clip. Battle losing it when nobody listened to him is so funny. I like memes. I like anything funny. NFS is the go for real? Yeah. Both Ginga and NFS. Like, Ginga usually when he has time. NFS, I've only worked once with NFS, but honestly, the vibes are pretty good. Vibes are pretty good. I think we're learning from each other, so I'm like, ooh, fun. And yeah, I would love to keep working with you guys, honestly. And then there's also Yamumu in the mix. For my VOD stuff, I will contact you later. Damn you, Pharaoh. Well, yeah. Stretch, thank you. I'm gonna go to bed now. I'm in the mixed room at the hospital. Oh my god. Turn off the screen. Yeah, you will just listen, okay? All good. Please just take a rest, Jimmy. You don't always have to talk. Sometimes radio mode is okay. Vibes transfer Hisatsu. If only I have access to Auto Roto. What is Auto Roto? Good night, Jimmy. Hold on. I want to listen to Ollie as well. Oh yeah, I think that was another thing that I wanted to do, art-wise. Frogor. Not me thinking about it all. If I am ever. Oh, I think that was an art that I wanted to draw, but yeah. Like cutting out certain parts automatically, like separating your model from the. Wow. How does that work actually? Is that something I can actually set up? Can I actually like? Oh, but that's hard though, right? Oh, wait, NFS, would it help if I did this? Hold on. Oh my god, my stream is so heavy. Would it help if I have that feature? Okay, would it help if I say I turn on a visual effect, which is basically backlight and outline, and then I could just close these, and then I put an outline at myself. Would it help if I have this outline and then put it at a color? Oh, mama, that's not the color I want, but you know, hold on. That's not the color I need. Stripe count, stripe speed, stripe curve. Hold on, that's not the color. Oh shit. If it was green, hold. Okay, something like this and then green. Wait, you're telling me I have to stay like this? That helps. Said the lovely elf, eating tasty food today. Yeah, I did eat tasty food. Neon elf, would this help? But I feel like I should have done it from the start kind of thing, if that helps, but you know. But I think the most like neutral looking one is if I put it at black. So that makes me okay, also Kana, you need to go to bed. You have a curfew, Kana. You will not function if you don't sleep right now. You should go to bed. Girl, you're not built for nightlife. Go get your rest. You were already low-key dying anyways from streaming. 'Cause I have to wake by 6. Yeah. I'm so sorry that I have to leave you with that. Kana, I have progress. I have been slowly waking up at 7:30. But my brain only really does function at like 9. Like it has gotten to a point where my body is trying to wake up early out of guilt. But I end up like feeling really dizzy. Like when I wake up, I end up being dizzy. Even though that's like enough sleep. Like say I sleep exactly at 12 or 12:30, I get really dizzy by the time I wake up at 7:30, so I have to like force myself to go back to sleep until like at least 8 so that the migraine disappears. I think there's just something about 7:30. Unless I stack my sleep. So lately I realized, because I've been like exhausted, which I don't really know like which exhaustion it came from. Like it's definitely not streaming, but like I think the exhaustion of just like trying to make sure everything runs and stuff. So I end up doing like a evening nap like my dad now. So if I get home from the bakery at around 5 or like 4:30 or like 4, I would go home and immediately sleep because I couldn't like keep my eyes awake because I woke up too early. And then I would just wake up at 8 and I accidentally skipped dinner, so I have to like eat late dinner, and then I would stay up until 12 and then I go back to sleep, but then sometimes my auto body wakes up at 7:30 and then the dizzy spells actually continue. Yeah, I realized that I didn't really have that much energy going out. I don't know. Evening naps is the best. I try not to do a lot of evening naps because for me, evening naps trigger the dizzy spells a lot. Like, yeah, what a thing. You need to learn to counter the dizzy spells. It's just more of like my circadian rhythm. It's not something that I can really like go against. It's just on my circadian rhythm. It really just functions at like 9 a.m. It's just old age, Ray, perhaps. I did think about it though. Maybe one day I will do a sleep stream. Maybe one day I really do a sleep stream and I really am just sleeping, you know? Like nothing kinky, nothing whatever, but I think waking up at like as much as I would really love to like be a morning person, I think I'm always like a brunch person. And I don't know, I feel a little bit like bummed about it because like what could be kinky about sleep stream depends on what you put during the sleep stream. There are some people who actually like sleep and then they put like a microphone as they go to bed. Like I've heard like people do that, so like you could hear all the like the toss and turns of someone sleeping. That's if they're really doing like the immersion. There's some that don't, and they just kind of put their model to sleep. Snoring? Not snoring, but like, you know, like if you're like having a bad dream and then you kind of like grunt and stuff, yeah. I'm telling you, the dream stream, 17-hour stream, and the 7 sleep hours, an easy 24-hour stream. Yeah, but if I do that, my parents would probably be like, no, we didn't see you at all today. Are you not gonna like say hi to us? And I'm gonna be like, I'm a failure as a daughter. I need to go look at them. You know? Now, yeah, I do feel like, how do you say it? Just here to greet the other semis, also kinda Ray. Hi, Sammy. Thank you for coming. Do you live in separate house or something? Well, no. It's just that. So, how do you say it? Parents gaslighting you? Well, not really, guys. Think of it this way. I spent my entire college life, 6 years, in Japan. So I couldn't see them every day for the last 6 years, and it's only been a year since I came back, and initially, how do you say it? Like, it's that time where, oh, she can actually come back and we can see her. And like, that's why my parents really like me to be outside of my room, because they get to see like, oh, my daughter's home. Oh, she's doing this. And as a parent, when your kids grow, you know, they start their own new life, right? And you end up like, how do you say it? You end up not meeting them as often. And once your kid has a new family, like their own family, you'll see them even lesser and lesser. So I feel like the 6 years that I've had in Japan, now I feel like it's my time to give back. Yeah, they missed a part of me growing up. That's it. So I feel like at the very least for the next 6 years, I feel like I want to at least like have them around my life. Like at least they can see what I do. They know that I'm streaming. My dad knows, and he did ask like, is there anything we can help for your streaming? Like, is it something that's capable within our hands? And I'm like, yes and no. So it's mostly just like advice on like you know, helping me out a bit, but basically just understanding if I stream and then like, you know, I don't talk to them, and they would understand why I'm not talking to them, you know. Yeah. I'm always a family person. I forgot I can't draw a soccer ball. I need a reference right now. Wait, I need a reference right now. I don't know why, but the hexagon thingy of a soccer ball is always so hard to combine. Like you can draw the first one and then everything goes into shambles. Soccer ball. Lord. Oh, I think it's because the black one is smaller. That makes sense now. The black thingy is smaller than the white one. Shit. All right, champ. I see what you're doing. Some parts. Yeah. Tomorrow holds. La 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 la. My love is passionate. Music that makes me want to sing. My story. So-called Inazuma fan. I've always been so bad at drawing soccer balls. Who knows when it ends? But it ends to stay. To enjoy your life. So, but yeah, I don't know. I feel like, you know, I'm gonna be sentimental as well because next year on May, it's my anniversary. Next year May is gonna be my anniversary, and according to the calculations, it should be my 6th anniversary. Is it 6th or 5th? I can't count. 6? It's 2026, so it should be 6th anniversary, right? Happy anniversary on damn. Somehow Inazuma got onto my recommended in IG, but it ain't clips. It's just a post of a Japanese guys renting a girlfriend and bring her to a hotel room, but the cosplay Inazuma scenes them. Oh no, not this again. If it's Ollie's 5th anniversary, then next year is my 6th anniversary, right? So I'm not crazy, right? Right? I'm not crazy. Like I'm not crazy, right? I'm really trying to understand. He's older. It happens. Giga, thank you so much. Thank you so much for coming by. And I regret for my choices. I'm rather proud. And honestly, I hope that next year will be a really fun year for all of us, where we get to explore new things. I get to show you guys a lot of things that I want to show you and stuff. Hopefully. Ne. Also, I can't draw these soccer balls, you know, but that's okay. We're trying our best. It's hard to ask, but I don't. What's your date in ANF? 22nd, I think. I think 22nd. 22nd May? Yeah, I think my debut. Yeah, it should be 22nd May. It should be 22nd May. That's what I remember. So close to your birthday? Ah. Yeah. It is what it is. It's wild, right? No one wants it, burn my tread, babe. Oh my god, why is Reishi showing art of the girlies? That's so cute. Hydrate? Oh, I got a black outline? Yeah, I put a black outline on myself. Hold on. thing that makes me want to say. Yeah. Is this glowing or dark aura? No, it's just a border so you guys can see where the character is. Okay, I've hydrated. Okay. I think this is cute, and then I could just color behind. Let's go back to studio mode. I can combine the things. People come and they go. Nothing for me, stay with you though. Oh, thank you so much for the follow. Night and night, kept on asking myself questions. Okay, I need to copy these two. Oh my god, 8 hours? Yeah, I had a lot of like marathon stuff happening today. I was supporting a very, very dear friend on YouTube. I was Crazy Ollie from Hololive ID. So there was a lot of marathons and I was in a lot of the events, so I just didn't stop streaming. Yeah. What's the song name actually? It's so soothing. It's actually from Persona. It's called No More What Ifs. And I'm planning to cover it next year because I really like the meaning of the lyrics. Yeah. How's your memorization on the Inazuma OP going? I feel like I can hum it, but like I don't remember like da 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 da. Da, 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 da. It's just it's a funny song. And then the lyrics like da 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 da. Yeah. Okay, I need to find her stitches. I see. Have fun stream. See you again tomorrow. Hopefully I can stream again tomorrow. Tomorrow, if I do stream, it will definitely, I think I'll do it at 8 p.m. or 9 p.m. because I think 7 p.m. is a little bit too early and I do want to take a nap. So yeah, tomorrow I think we'll be back to our usual stream time. And I don't I think tomorrow I might not be doing Inazuma tomorrow just because I want my brain to rest. But then I'll do I just saw your account when I'm about to go to sleep. Honestly, fair. Please go to bed though. Like I usually stream like 4 hours before now. Just remember to take it easy. Yeah, I mean, it's nice. It must be pretty nice as a singer for an IP to watch your singing for almost all songs. Didn't just say no naps, I know, but I feel like I have to take a nap recently to like really stay alive, you know? Look guys, I could even make it into a heart keychain. I'm so smart. At this point, this is low-key like fan merch. I think I would like to make this into fan merch. I should probably change the title. Because I feel like I still want to yap. I feel like it feels so weird if I don't yap. Wouldn't believe the way she swings. Hold on. Let's see. A list. Late night art. Yeah. イラスト。そうだ、また日本語。話すことができるな。Did I just hear Ollie say truth no? Too bad I had a job tomorrow. See ya. All good. I mean, it's never too bad. I think it's good that you have a job. Tuesday victim. Oh my god, what happened on Tuesday? Nah, my story. And I regret my choices. I'm rather proud. Rate the stream grind. Look at you, 8 hours. Honestly, I had so much fun today because we were we were basically marathoning as well as Miss Ali. So it's been really fun. I haven't streamed in like this in this long, so it's been nice. Maybe that's why I only streamed like 3. Maybe that's why I only streamed like 3 times a week back then. Glad you're enjoying yourself. Yeah, and there's the whole partner push thingy, right? That's been pretty fun as well. Like low key doing partner push, but like if it doesn't happen, then it's okay. I know partner isn't exactly the thing anymore, but I still feel like it's like for my own self achievement, if that makes sense. I've always wanted to like be like, hey, you really did that, girl. You didn't let whatever back then like pull you down. And I know it did pull me down, but I want to prove to myself that no, I can be better than that. We need the emote slots? Yeah, I think the moment we get the emote slots, we're just gonna be like, oh, go wild, guys. We are going to ball and just have fun, you know. Okay. Na 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 na, it's not the way I want. My soul is passionate. Music that makes me want to sing. My story. I'm rather proud. As long as you're still having fun with it. I feel like with the girls now, I feel like I'm having the most fun I can. I'm thankful for them a lot because I've met a lot of new people, and I think everyone who found me from this year or like a little bit from last year holds a special place in my heart. Not to say that I'm gonna like ignore the ones from back then, but I really do feel like you guys do help out a lot, like the people I've met. I've missed the Powerwash Sim, Sag. Yeah. Look, guys, it's me. Mama, it's me. Do you guys like it? Look at that. She's just smiles. She's just a smiling champer. And then we also have my other smiling champer. With you, the this party, yeah, I'm doing it inspired by Inazuma 11. And I. Oh yeah, there's Twitch recap. How can I be so sure? Hell yeah. How are you, the tactic? Sorry, my brain is like vibing to the music that I'm gonna like, I should say more. Hope you're doing good. Thank you for dropping by. I really appreciate it. I am fearful or whatnot. Out of curiosity, how do you blend colors? Oh, good question. Do you have a specific like direction you're asking about blending colors? Because there are multiple ways to blend colors. This music is a nice surprise. I haven't fallen asleep to it. It's going good. Oh, I'm glad you're having a good day. Because there are ways where art. Okay, for ooh, okay. I think I'm back. I think that was definitely from Twitch. That was the Twitch server. Usually, if it's like fully from me, then OBS would like fully die, and then chat would also die. But I think that was fully 100% was from Twitch's server. Like, that was a Twitch thing that happened. She's unfortunate. Welcome back. Thank you. That was definitely a Twitch thingy. Okay, where was I? Alright, Zaid. What do you mean by blend of colors? Because, do you mean by like mixing like red and blue together on digital? Or do you mean like how do I make sure the colors are cohesive? I see, welcome back. Yeah. Cohesive, I guess. Usually you find middle colors. Hold on, let me explain to you what those would mean. And they go. So usually to find cohesiveness in art, let's say you wanna make sure the colors are not going against each other. If you're doing line art and stuff, there's a lot of things you can do. For example, first thing you can think about when it comes to like cohesiveness is the color of the line. Line color really affects how you look at a piece. So right now I'm using black, but if you can tell, the opacity of the black isn't exactly 100% black, right? Because that allows me to make artwork that how do you say it? Artwork that isn't as bright. Usually if you put super black and you put, say, for example, pastel pink beside it. So for example, I color this. You will see how bright the black is. But if you change it ever so slightly to like gray, it ends up making the work lighter. So the line color really does affect, and the line thickness. And aside that, usually people would try to find like midway colors. So for example, skin color. Usually skin color would be something around here. If you draw like the usual anime colors, it's here. And then you would usually find the darkest color that you want to do for the shadows, which is like usually somewhere around here if you're doing like anime skin. So what you do is that after this, you actually can find complementary colors. And so what I've seen from a lot of artists is that, and sometimes I do it too, I put it in between color. So most artists, usually for skin, they would either use orange or occasionally a very faint blue. You can actually put like a faint blue to help as well. Or there are some people who actually go the extra mile and actually use purple instead to be the blend of colors. So actually, it really depends. It really depends. So like with yellow, it makes everything feel warmer. With purple, it gives like a whole like retro brighter color. And then with blue, it's more of like undertones and stuff. So usually what I do after this is that I would actually blend it out. So blue towards the skin and the dark color. And to be honest, it may look weird, but as a skin color, especially like if you put it at the edges of like the face, it can work as like secondary lighting source, because that's also another thing. There's multiple lighting source. So there's main light. Main light is usually the same way as the flashbang emote. Main light is usually the same way as flashbang emote, so basically it's right in front of your face that keeps everything flat. But if you really want to play with colors and stuff like that, you add a secondary light. And secondary light is usually helps with like the shadows and stuff, but it also helps with like what secondary color do you want? So like, for example, if we put a secondary light from this edge and you want to be like, oh, there is say yellow light, like there's yellow light coming from here, then you start mixing everything to be like, okay, what happens if there is yellow light directly to a red hair? And then you try to emulate that, and for example, you do put yellow, or like for example, the highlights become yellow instead. That's also possible. And then it also depends how harsh the light is. So the harshness, 3 is the harshness. Oh my god. They scold me for still having a tab in my hand. Lol, worth it, bro. Jimmy, just get better soon, and then you can learn to draw again. Here, you know? Your key and fill lights. Yeah, so the harshness of the light as well. So there's a lot of things like that. Honestly, the more you understand about how the world is, like, you know how there's a difference between like room light, sunlight, low light, and then there's like, you know, the stuff where you buy like a light bulb. There's warm light, there's like a work light, the one that has like the whole like color spectrum, where this is like at a certain number it's white, and then at a certain number is yellow. This also affects your perception of colors. And usually with the perception of colors, it changes how you would make things defined. So like, say, do you know like those really, really weird trends of like, pick 5 random colors? Like, pick like really, really like random colors, and then like work with them backwards, right? So usually in this case, I'm going to give you guys a secret. So if you get really weird colors, what you do is not to panic. You actually use grayscale. Haha! Brings out the grayscale meter. Here's the keyword of the day, guys. Never fear about trying to blend colors, because you know what's your best friend? Grayscale. Hold on, where's that one? Grayscale. Grayscale, because at grayscale, these colors end up being the same. And all you have is light and dark. So if we were to grayscale, for example, we put a filter on top, and then say I would like fill, and then basically color. So say we grayscale this. Now you guys have the perception that we have a unique perception. For example, this one, okay, let's put this in a bright blue color for you guys to see. This color will be your darkest. And between these two, these are your lightest. And between these two, if you guys can tell, this is okay. I will write them from number 1 to number 5 on which is like lightest and darkest. This is light, this one, 4, and 5. So once you identify these, you can actually work on like using shadows instead to guide how you color things. So for example, it's gonna look rancid, but usually it helps with like how do you blend things? Like should you blend things hardly or not? So for example, let's draw me. Say this is what peak performance looked like. Hold on. This is what peak performance looks like, guys. Okay, so using the colors of the grayscale. Say I want a semi-dark color for my mouth, so I'll take this. Actually, let me use the actual colors instead. So I would use that color here. Number 4 I would use here, right? And then since 1 is the brightest, we can take it off. 1 is the brightest. I would put it somewhere where I want it to be bright. So for example, like the top of my head. Somewhere here, or like maybe here. So I put it where I want it to be really bright against white. And then right now, if I take off the thingy, that's yellow. And here's the second darkest color. Okay, and then we can take this color, which is not the darkest color, but we can use it as shadow colors. So I could make it here. And like slowly but surely, once you kind of figure out like how grayscale works, and then you take off the funny thingy, and then say I continue with like the semi-dark color and add on here to like give it more depth of like, oh okay, it's not a flat thing. It's actually like more than that. To the point I can even do this. And then we can add here because this is a darker color. So right now, if we look at it, it feels like, oh, you're like watching a manga thingy, right? Head's so aerodynamic, I know. Right now, if you look at this, like, it's, basically it's like, wow, it kind of looks like a grayscale coloring, but like, once I turn on the colors, this is not even blended, by the way, this is not even blended. That's what happens. But usually, when you figure out which one's darker, which one's like, I haven't changed it yet. Thank you, Richie, for the raid. Hope you had a fun talk after Powerwash, Miss Ma'am. I love you so much. Hi, everyone. Ronaldinho Soxer. Yes, that's my raid message. That's my raid message is great. Welcome, raiders. Hi, everyone. I'm Ray. I'm actually doing like a cooldown stream at the moment, but like I'm also talking about color theory at this hour because I'm crazy that way. But hi, everyone. My name is Ray. I was playing with Raichi early on Powerwash. Hashtag Truth Nuke. Totally wasn't lurking both here and Raichi's chat while watching Michi. Honestly, fair. It's arting time. Yeah, I wanted to do art. Color theory is fun. Yes, I was talking about how if you're confused on how to like blend colors or make it look like it has to work, you use grayscale. That's the fun part about it. Grayscale is always so fun to use. Yeah, so I was in middle of like a conversation where you can put like grayscale and determine which is the darkest color and which is the lightest color. And honestly, you can also include white as your very lightest. So it's like number 0. Like if I had to call like white would be number 0. For all scales, blue are blue. But yeah, so I picked random colors and purely used theory of like, okay, which is like the darkest color and which is the lightest color. And so once you figure that out, you can like, have your way with it. Like it's so free. I feel like art is just something where you kind of be silly and have fun. And so that's what I do with this. And it's not blended at all. You can also like blend with like, you can just actually like blend it normally. But I think sometimes when you have your mind based on grayscale, any color you choose will blend. I love art. Me too. Every color you pick will work together. And if you take it off, look guys, I use yellow and blue. Does it, like for me, like this still looks cute. Because like, oh, it's kind of like if I drew with, if I drew with, what's it called? Stabilo markers? Is that what's it called? What's it called, guys? It's not Stabilo markers, right? Also, thank you everyone for the follows as well. I really appreciate it. That's why I'm colorblind for some reason, right? But here's the thing. Sometimes in a world without color and you only have monochrome, Copic markers, no. It's like the one that you highlight the words in a book. It's called is it a highlight marker? The one that says Stabilo. Copic markers are different. Copic markers are alcohol. Highlight. You're so smart. I forgot the proper word is highlighter. Gives it does color palette. Yeah, so when in doubt, use grayscale. Did you know that the colors give colors? Gasp. Amazing work. Highlighters, yeah. Seeing black and white photos as youngling, I thought the world used to be in black and white. Honestly, same. I think when back then, photos were still like black and white or like sepia colored. Oh my god, I love sepia colored photos, by the way. I feel like it gives like that really nice vibe of nostalgia. And I kind of miss those days. But like when I realized that everyone can see, like to an extent, some colors, that really blew my mind. And then there's people who like also don't know that several colors actually exist because they can't see the colors, right? So that's why I think thinking in grayscale is always super helpful for those learning how to color and for those learning how to do shadows and lighting as well. So it all comes back to fundamentals of like things. If it's blending techniques, that really depends per person, because there are people who actually do not blend at all, but they stack colors over colors. I don't get how you blend in CSP. It depends on the brush and pressure, to be honest. So it's kind of like, the thing is, it really depends on your art. So there are people, for example, who like say they do this with this brush and then they wanted to blend a darker color. I remember people would just stack on it. So it really depends on the brush. There's some people who like stack and like do very light brushes instead to blend, and then they keep stacking and stacking and stacking until it looks like it's blended from far away. Like a lot of people do that, and like for me all that is blue. Ooh. But yeah, so it really depends on how you want to blend. But there's also people who blend in a way where, say it's like it's this color with this color, and then they end up using like a neutral brush. They use a neutral brush, which sometimes I use the called paint and blur brush to find the middle ground color, which is something like that. Usually there's some people who do that. So they use like a neutral brush color to find like the middle one. So like if we pick that out, that's usually like the middle color. So yeah, it really depends on how you want to blend and stuff. But I will try to learn all good. I'm educated now. That is an interesting one. Why sepia came after black and white photos? Is it an artistic choice? I think, if I'm not mistaken, it's the type of ink. When I do that, it becomes muddy looking. Oh, okay. Here's the thing. It depends on your brush. So, what I like to do is that if you don't want it to look muddy, you take the lightest color. Do not take the darkest color unless you want it to be muddy. Also, you have to double check your brush. You have to double check your brush if they're actually adding like black as like the neutral color or not, kind of thing. A friend also paints with a low opacity. Yeah, people can paint with low opacity. Like this one, technically the brush is low opacity, but if you zoom out real hard, it'll look like it's blended. So there's so many things to explore. I've seen people like don't blend, but it looks like it's blended. And that's the fun thing about art. There's no right or wrong on how to like color things, but there's always a way to like make it look better according to the fundamentals of what art is, which is basically being able to draw your imaginations based on references that you see IRL into something that's fictional, but fictional enough that you can actually believe it's real. Art is basically a delusion. I love art because art is such a delusion, and like the more delulu you are with art, the better you're gonna be. Not gonna lie. Like the more you can like think of things randomly, you will thrive in art. Like the crazier you are, the better. So are we delusional? Art is a superpower? Yeah, art is a superpower. Yeah, it's okay, guys. For art, if you want to be like a really good artist, be Delulu, and like once you like hyper focus on the things you really like, that's when it really like sinks in the like holy shit. Artist scares me. Honestly, yeah, there are some okay, here's an example, guys. Not everyone that streams on Twitch streaming art can actually explain their process. And I'm also like, I've only been learning how to like explain things in a way that maybe perhaps I can share with everyone for them to have a little bit of an understanding, right? And a lot of the artists that are really, really good, sometimes they don't stream because they really can't explain their process at all. And sometimes it scares me a lot in that way because like sometimes you really can't talk to them. I've met an artist where they're really like batshit insane that a normal conversation will never happen between them. I think I remember going to like this exhibition of like a really, really big artist in Indonesia. And when people were trying to interview, it felt like you were talking to an anime character, but like Shakespearean. And you really could not figure out how that person lived, you know, how that person lived, how that person talks. Like, there's like not a single moment of where like, hey, what's up? It's like, oh, like they can't even understand like the, hey, what's up? It's more of like, today I feel like this. And I don't know if the world is out to get me. So they would answer in a way that you're kind of like, are they for real or not? You know, they're so not in the like the real world spectrum that they're somewhere else. And usually those kind of artists are fucking insane when they draw because it's basically them going like, here's how I communicate on what I see and feel. And the only way I can do that is art. There are a lot of crazy people that do that, and honestly, their artwork is always ethereal, and it's always the stuff that makes you feel things, you know? Today I feel like fire, so I draw fire, yeah. They all just know, but just can explain kind of vibe, yeah. I like the ability of making art, but I do appreciate it, and while I'm not an artist, my sister is, so I'm always around it, yeah. Art is not, how do you say it? Art is definitely not for the weak. Expecting to be able to draw really good really fast is not a thing. Like, you have to be really, really delusional and like masochistic to a point that you really just want to keep drawing. You want to draw your delusions out. You want to draw what your brain is kind of like screaming at the top of the lungs to be like, I want to make this into a reality and I will learn how to do it, you know? You're all high in mind every day. Yeah, that's why usually when I draw, I lock in so hard because my brain is like on overdrive, you know? They start talking like Urianja. Oh my god, yes, my favorite guy. Wait, hold on. I need to Urianja quotes. Hold on, I remember Urianja quotes, please. Okay, where's it? Where's my beautiful Urianja quotes? I need it. Hold on, I need my fancy. Look ye where the sun doth rise. See crimson ambers, darkening skies. I love it so much. He has the funniest words. Wait, can I find anything else? He that holdeth fast unto his conviction shall never count betrayal amongst his crimes. Though all the world may call him a villain, my path is unchanged, my creed sacrosanct. This I believe with all my heart. Honestly, most of the banger lines he's ever said. You gotta first learn the entire human anatomy, make some sacrifices to the ritual, then succumb to the insanity. Honestly, I have a hot take. You don't have to learn human anatomy first. I think you should learn the insanity first, then human anatomy, because I feel like without the insanity, going through learning like human anatomy will be boring. That's me. If I didn't learn how to be insane and love drawing faces, drawing cute things, I don't think I would like even bother to study anatomy or having friends fix it. I like it a lot here, so cozy. Michi gets me here. Yeah, I'm glad to have met you too. We love cozy here. Anatomy first is what made things start to come together for me first. Yeah, it depends on someone. There's some people who love to like build foundations first, then like pop off queen. But there's me who's kind of like, I just want to draw no matter how bad it is. And then if I feel like, oh, I gotta fix that, I can be better, you know, then I take the anatomy stuff. He feels like he's going to the ends with those lines with unlimited blade works or something like that. Oh my god, you gotta listen to a lot of Urianger lines from FF14, banger shit. That's just a random order. It actually depends. So start drawing cube, and standard comes with it anyways, yes. And then you start seeing the cube turning into a circle. Where else? Hold on, let me find more quotes. I feel like I need like a copy pasta. Yo! Thank you. Thank you for the hydrate, by the way, earlier on. Wait, hold on. Oh my god, wait. Oh, I remember this copy pasta. Hold on, this is gonna be the cringe one. Pray forgive me, my lady. I would ask that thou hold thine horses, as the matter at hand causes me confusion. Thou art a lady game player. Pray do not think me a freak. But as soon as I was under the impression that thou could not be more alluring than to my senses, thou hast started engaging in recreational video gamery. Nicely done, my lady. Thou hast just become every man's dream woman. If thou had by chance missed a couple prior, thou can now rest assured thou hast rendered all of us drooling. Sorry. Oh, there's so many so stupid things. Wait, I found another one. Mine milkshake, bringeth all yon gentlefolk to mine yard, and lo they reply, 'tis better than thine. Verily, 'tis better than thine. I could apprentice thee, but I wouldn't levy a fee. I fucking love it. I fucking love the stupid ass things. Hold on. Okay, I found another one. Hold on, I found another one. Okay, guys, I love Urianger. Pray tell, what in the 12 did thou just say about myself? Thy timid scrote of the lowest order. I would have thee know I graduated with the highest of honors from the Charlatan Mages Guild and have partaken in countless clandestine operations against our most dreaded Garlean foes. Like, it's so fucking funny. Like, the way he talks is unreal, but like, he is pure artistry. This is so stupid, I love it. Hold on, let me find another one. Wait, I found another one. Okay, hold on, guys. I'm cooking. Forsooth, if mine love for thee should break thine own heart in twain, if thy should fall into mine own appendages and rive uncontrollably, akin to the article of Flora. I don't know. There's so many like Urianger based quotes, and I live for it. I live. Wait. Okay, one more, guys. One more. I really need. Okay, I fucking love all these stupid. Was it this one? Or was it this quote? Oh, mine intent, as well thou knowest, was but to impress upon thee the gravity of the circumstance, lest thou doubt a deiform entity shall shortly be summoned, save if thou, and no other, grantest my comforts thine aid. And I'm like, and literally, the comment after this screenshot was literally, I mean, my English skills are good enough not to address dictionary, even for Urianger's lines. But scratching through the thorns of dialogues is something. Like nobody fucking understands him, but it's so fucking funny. It's so good. It's so fucking good. I fucking love it. Sorry, I'm like, I don't know. Urianger holds a special place in my heart. He really does. Oh, what was this one? I understand him. Wait, was it him? Wait. Wait, hold on. I spoke without regard for thy profession. I dare say thou art better versed in such matters than I. Might I impose on thee to divulge the intricacies to the less informed members of our party? Then with thy permission, I shall proceed. I love him. I love talking in Shakespearean. I fucking love talking in Old English. It's so good. I feel like we need to bring that up again. Sorry, I am literally gushing over a fictional character as per usual. 10 out of 10. Please give me the biggest score on Yelp and Google reviews that Ray Levere has entertained y'all with. Literally just oriental tones. Use it against Michi. She hates it. She hates Old English. You know what? I must say the same thing to her. Just say you hate me, Michi. Just say you hate me. Like the things I like, you're like weirded about. Just say you hate me. Like what the fuck, man? I love Old English. I cannot believe she does not like Old English. That's literally so good. Now she adores it. Oh my god. I want her to be like, you're so fucking cringe and so funny. Like earlier, I was like, huh. Like bitch, you're so fucking funny. You hate it. She's so funny. She stopped playing Elden Ring after a few hours because she can't understand anything they say. Honestly, I feel like the way Michi talks, it's like, I don't know. I feel like she's like the embodiment of Gen Z. I don't know. The fact that she's 7 TVs to her way, you know, guys, like, I don't know. And honestly, her word per minute was also faster than me. I find it so fucking funny. ESL debuff. I feel like even though I'm also ESL, Ollie is ESL, and Michi is ESL, I feel like Michi has like the best English proficiency that I've known, aside Reichi. I know it's usually Reichi and Michi. They both have really, really good English proficiency. Even me and Ollie, sometimes we mispronounce things a lot. Or like we forget like the context of it. And then there's also like Muna and Kana, and sometimes they also forgot, but like, yeah, I feel like the one that has like the best English proficiency so far is just Michi and Reichi. Reichi does English, Michi knows brain rot. Damn, so she could never play FF14 or Ranger would cause her an aneurysm? Bro. Bro, but I've been wanting, honestly, it would have been so fun if I saw Michi trying FF14. Like, I feel like that's the one game I'd be like, bitch, just tell me when you're playing. I will play with you, you know? Wait, guys, actually, real question. I since I know some of you guys play FF14, since you guys like Urianger, what class would Michi be? Would she just be a summoner, or like would we give her like Black Mage? Like low-key, I feel like she has to be like one of the really harder classes for fun. I feel like she would be really funny as a Black Mage. Can I say that? I feel like Michi being a Black Mage would be so fucking funny. She did play it, but only for the fishing mini games because she was invited. Oh, it's only for fishing? I mean, fishing's fun, but like that's beyond everything. Like you have to like play everything. I feel like taking her to the raids would be fun, but I don't know. I don't know if she's a raid girl. Like I feel like when I look at Michi, I don't know the type of game she really likes, guys. Other than she likes playing with people as well, but do you guys understand her type of gaming? Because it's something that I find really hard sometimes. Because I know she yaps longer than she games sometimes, but I never really know what kind of game that actually she really likes, like genre-wise. She does love story games. Oh, she doesn't do well with story games. Okay, that's 2 opinions. Not well with story games, and then story games. I may not play FF14, but a glass cannon Michi sounds on brand. She likes long-form story and open games. Ah, story heavy. Does she even play MMO? I don't think so. But technically, FF14 is a story. It is a very heavy story game if you play up until Endwalker. We don't talk about Dawntrail too much because Dawntrail is kind of slightly. I guess the story is slightly stirred, but like up until Endwalker, from Heaven's Sword to Endwalker is pretty banger. I wouldn't guess that Reichi wasn't a native English speaker if she didn't say she was Indonesian. Honestly, girl is so good at keeping her languages. Can I just say that? Like, I feel like Reichi's really good at keeping her accents, her grammar, and like basically her fluency in the 2 languages she speaks the most, which is Indonesian for day-to-day and English for her like work and online. And I think even now she's still pretty good with her Japanese, even though like she doesn't use it as often. I really think she's still pretty good at it. So I'm like, wow. She would hate ARR because sure, it's a story, but it's a bad one. That's true. I feel like nobody would actually like I feel like it's really hard to go through ARR alone. I don't know Michi enough to know which job she would play, but Black Mage would let her have Big Hat like her model. Not that big hats are job locked anymore, but maybe she'd dig Monk. Oh, but Monk rotations are fucking insane. Oh wait, isn't like the Monk rotation hard? Wait, no. They made it easier, right? Hold on. My brain. Has there been like job patches recently? I haven't played in a hot minute because I don't know what to play. I don't know what to play. She speaks better English than most Americans I know, and she really doesn't have a noticeable accent to me either. Yeah, she doesn't. Nah, they nerfed it a ton. Yeah, I feel like a lot of the jobs are brain dead, including my favorite White Mage. Like, White Mage was already so brain dead, and now I get even more brain dead, but I still suck because I have no shields. Like, hello, as a White Mage main, I am literally offended. Like, I'm pretty sure no one in the Square Enix team plays White Mage, that's why we're getting trash, you know? Monk rotation is easier than it was in Shadowbringers. Oh, for sure. That's really far. Like, even Summoner has gotten like to a point where it's kind of like, what the fuck is going on? Even Astrologian has lost most of its like uniqueness. She has experience for FF14 raid because Blue Protocol have same raid mechanics. Ah. Out of the girlies, the only one who could fool me if they didn't say, wait, it didn't say, they? Dare say it was Reichi. Her English is perfectly fluent, right? Yeah. Reichi's English is really fluent. Like, I didn't know she was Indonesian back then, but like, it's cool. Like, I think back then when I started streaming, most people didn't think I was from Indonesia until I say it. But like, I think my accent recently has kind of perished because I've stayed a little bit too long in Indonesia the past 2 years. That's just kind of like ruined both my English, my Japanese, but my Indonesian is improving. My Indonesian is improving, which is kind of funny because when I started talking with Ollie back in 2020, my Indonesian was so fucking ass that she's like, girl, are you sure you're Indonesian? Because the way you're pronouncing things sounds like a white girl. And I'm like, shit, man. Another VTuber that plays 14. My god, guys. Okay, can I tell you guys? Can I rant about FF14 yet again? I feel like ever since I finished the main story of Dawn Trail, I really don't have a reason to play Dawn Trail. Am I crazy? I feel like the joy that I have up until playing Endwalker is not as prominent after I played Dawn Trail. I feel like there's nothing that makes me feel like I really want to play it every day again. And that makes me really sad. And honestly, I miss playing with like chat. I really liked playing with chat back then. Like, I wanted to play or like react with you guys, but I feel like recently I don't really have much things to react to about. I still love that it is part of my personality, and I've sung like I think I started like growing because back then, just because I was I sang a lot of FF14 cover songs, and that helped me talk with like Husky. Like, Husky is a sweetheart, honestly. He lets me like use his instrumentals for covers. I've talked to like Sleeping Penguins, who's a Japanese DTM composer who makes a lot of like the instrumentals and covers as well. It's to the point that I got to be like a main vocalist for like several people, and that to me was crazy. That I got to be like a main vocalist for when a song released, even though my voice wasn't exactly like the best choice because I didn't take lessons back then before I took like vocal lessons. But after I took vocal lessons, I'm like, damn, I've been really wanting to sing more FF14 songs. And the one song that did you ever work on the old fan group songs? Yeah, I was mostly in the fan group songs. Literally, like the 300 singers, blah blah blah. I was there. 100 singers singing One Wing Angel, Sephiroth, that all thing. I was there too. And then the one that I sang, I think with my camera, like with my face on, was Be My Honey's rock version, like arrangement version, and also Give It All. That was before I started doing vocal lessons though, so I'm like, damn, had I done vocal lessons, maybe I would have hit it better. But there was a lot of parts where like, damn, I could have tuned that better, which I couldn't back then. I didn't know how to tune in time. Now I know. And then what else did I sing? I sang To the Edge. Guys, I sang To the Edge. That's a 7-minute song. Literally, it's one of my best works. I still think about like, damn girl, you popped off with that low note. I didn't think I was able to do that. I also sang Close in the Distance, which is really hard for most girls to sing because it's so fucking low. I sang it in the original key. I'm like, damn, Ray back then was so good at singing low. Now it's a bit hard. I love the game and the music so much. And honestly, the one song that actually is in my backlog right now, get ready guys, you know what's in my backlog right now that I'm just waiting for a cue? It's Unleashed from what was it called? It's not M4, it's not M4, right? It's M8? Is it M8? M8. No, M8. No, is it M8? My brain. Are we at M8? Unleashed is M6, right? No, Unleashed is M8. Unleashed is M8. The Wolf Boy, yeah, the one that they call this a city, but that's not what I see. We're locked in a cell with no key. They've clouded my vision. I'm robbed of decisions with nowhere to go. There's one thing I know. When I climb. Wait, I have it. Hold on. Wait, do I have it? Unleashed. Let's go! I still have it! Sorry, I have a really weird a command. I really fucking love the copy pasta. Aside that, a Delulu project that I'm waiting on is actually Write the Rhythm, but the Primals version. I want to do animation for that. So I will also be singing Write the Rhythm and probably release it maybe like next year. Maybe next year. Oh no, she's just as brain rotted as Michi. Hi, what do you mean by that? It's probably just FF14. My friend timed the macro so that plays in chat as the fight starts? Okay, your friend is awesome. Can I have that macro? Wait, can I have the macro read? I feel like I want to have it. Like maybe in the future when we play F14 again, like sadly I'm in the JP server. Can you guys carry me just so I can put down that macro in the Wolf Boy fight and then I'll be like really happy. Thank you. That's a long pasta, yeah. When I climb in the ring, we lock eyes and that's when I realize that I'm free. This is me. This is who I was meant to be. Bare my claws, bare my fangs. My heart's racing in the thrill of the fight as I run and I howl at the moon. I know. I have the strength to defeat any foe I see. There is nowhere that I cannot go. Face me, come prepared if you dare, but you'll never bring me down. What else? But yeah, the FF14 guild that I was in, they usually try to do like week 1, and I kind of miss trying to do week 1. I don't know, sorry. I have just brain rot for like FF14. I feel like that's been my entire life, and the fact that this year hasn't been my FF14 year has been so strange to me, guys. It's so strange. Like, there was a Eurasian Symphony recently, right? I didn't get the merch. I didn't buy the merch. I was so out of tune with FF, I didn't buy the merch. And usually anytime FF14 merch comes out, I'd be like, bestie, please buy this for me. Bestie, please buy this for me. And for once, I didn't feel that. And I'm pretty sure I missed the orders. FF14 Eurasian Symphony. Because I think the Eurasian Symphony recently for FF14. Wait, actually, can I still get it? Can I still buy it? Please, 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 can I still buy the thing? Can I buy the goods? Because they sold like the Crystal of Light in the beginning of ARR. They have that. I'm sure that Ray is the lost cousin of Michi. That would be fucking insane. Okay, wait. Are they still selling? Hold on. Store. Square Enix. FF14 brain rot ain't the worst brain rot to have as these. Wait, what's the worst brain rot to have? What's Michi's brain rot? I actually don't know. I haven't checked out any of the raids. Okay, the raid. Okay. Hear me out, chat. The raids in Dawn Trail is banger. Like the fucking savage fights is so good, and I do still think that Edenverse is literally. Eden is still one of, for me, it's a really nice battle because it feels like T. It feels like old T, like the pacing of it, you know. So there's that. The fights are fun. The story, I feel, is not, because they're really trying to force us to like you know, live, breathe in Wuklamat, but like honestly, I feel like I don't mind having a new character, but I also feel like it's slightly weird. What the fuck? It's Urekire? Sorry guys. I just checked the Final Fantasy LED light, Crystal of Light pre-sale. It fucking sold out. What the fuck do you mean? It's sold out? That's crazy. Will they ever restock it? Fuck, I missed it, guys. It's over. I'll never get the Crystal of Light anymore. I'll never have that LED in my room. FF14 talking about how incredibly hard it is to stay away from bright glowing light in the raid. As at the beginning of Shadowbringers when I fell out of it. Ooh, but beginning of Shadowbringers is actually when it's really fun. I feel like Shadowbringers is literally peak. And then Endwalker ties a lot of like things that Shadowbringers brought up, but I think Shadowbringers is still the best. Heavensward is when I started feeling like I really love this game and the world it built. Stormblood was a mixed bag for me, but the fights were fucking insane. Shout out to Seiryu. I'm still waiting for Seiryu Ultimate, guys. You know, guys, at this point, I'm not drawing anymore. You're just gonna see me and Ollie in the screen. But I'm like, oh my god, FF14. You have unlocked my several years of brain rot. I played FF14 for like the past 5 years, and I love it so much. And I hate that I can't play it anymore because right now I don't have anything to do. Like literally, the new area that's supposed to be like Eureka and Boccia feels like it's not that fun to me. For some reason, there's just something that I feel like, damn, I had so much fun in Eureka because that shit was so grindy as hell. I had so much fun in Boccia because of the whole like literally that was the entire brain rot. I'm just trying to get things and just listening to that fucking music. And then I feel like the Dawn Trail one, it's not compelling enough for me to be like, oh my god, I gotta stay forever, you know? Like Boccia really made me feel like I need to stay there forever. Yeah, anyways, aside that, I really like watching the primals. I love the primals. I sing every primal song. Did you know the Boccia vocals are a VST? Huh? Really? Oh, nothing like hating a game you love. I know. I mean, I'm doing what Yoshipi says. Don't play the game if you don't feel like you want to play the game. And I'm like, yeah, but I get it. I get, like, it's a very nice way to say, like, hey, don't force yourself to play a game, but I do feel like they really need to figure out what was the magic of Shadowbringers, because I feel like Shadowbringers had amazing balancing. I love the difficulty in Shadowbringers, where everything wasn't as massive, and I feel like the mechanics was fun. I do appreciate that in Dawn Trail that the mechanics of the raids are super intuitive and fun, especially Sugar Riot! Sugar Riot. She's on the walls, yo. She's on the walls. Nightmares of Yan. That's great. That's great. But it doesn't show as well as the MSQ, which is unfortunate. And I really hate it. Like, he's commented on it. The whole formula's been kind of figured out. Really? Are we gonna go back to home, riding home, guiding home? Oh my god. Ugh! The fucking... Like, we can predict what's in every patch and when they drop. Yeah. Kind of miss... I really love To The Edge. I think To The Edge really brought me tears. We first must seek the end. Oh. One brings shadow, one brings the light. They alluded to shaking things up, so maybe a meteor in 3.0. Bro, I want to go to Mercidia. Yeah, the most of vocals are from the Era 2 VST by Eduardo. Wow, how did you find that? How did you find that? Wow, like, holy shit. That's crazy. It proves how Soken is so well. Honestly. I still think about Ride the Rhythm. I feel like Ride the Rhythm is one of the best songs I've had in a while in FF14. Especially the Primal's version. No one said that life is easy. Working hard from 9 to 5. Grinding daily, nightly, weekly. Turn to the left, to the right. Ain't no one inside. City breaking people chasing. Selling low and buying high. Brothers, mothers, lovers lately. Everybody's tired, just trying to stay alive. Shed your skin tonight. See, I remember the fucking lyrics. Like, the lyrics are so fucking good. Like, oh my god. Mr. Koji, you're so fucking good at making lyrics. Like, deadass. Like, what the fuck? How do you do that? Okay. Real talk chat. Oh, thank you so much for your follow. Hello, suckers. Okay, real talk chat. Real talk. I know I'm yapping a little bit too much, but you've gotten me all excited, and this is... I'm also hungry, but you've gotten me all excited about FF14. Listen, I have a hot take. I have a hot take. I think VTuber English songs should reference FF14's lyricality because sometimes, I'm gonna say it, some of the English songs, the English original songs, low-key, lyric-wise, is kind of cringe. You know, like... Where's the lyricality? Where's the artistry? Okay, some English songs can be cringe. That's hot. Hold it. Some of them can. Okay, there's a lot that I love, like English songs that. Okay. Here we are. Do you know why I say it? Here's the thing. Usually it goes a little bit wrong if they try to make it based on a Japanese song. If it's like pure English, usually the lyrics are really nice. But sometimes there are some people who make lyrics or like make a song and force like an English word into a song that requires a lot of syllables, which is in Japanese. And that's usually where the zero harmony works. Never cook again, I can't agree. Hold up, she's cooking. So honestly, here's the thing. I don't mind people trying to make like English songs, like English lyrics on like Japanese like beats, but like there has to be more like lyricality in it, you know? And that's what I feel Final Fantasy does really well. Yeah, they never flow the same way, but some people really like to force it. And I'm like, hold up, pal. Things run differently. That's why I feel like Final Fantasy is a really good example of like mixing this really weird genres of like, is it really Japanese music or is it like a mix of music? But the lyrics they put has never been cringe. Like literally, the songs for Alexander Raids are so fucking crazy, but do you think anyone complains that it's weird English? No, because you know why? It flows correctly. It flows so fucking good. Like, what the hell? Like, gobble wobble, like, you know, goblins up in the blood tonight. I'm like, what the fuck, you know? You know? Like some songs in general, I'm curious of which FF songs is... Wait, songs like... Wait, okay. You're asking the wrong person. Let's listen to some FF14 songs. Okay, guys, okay. What FF14 songs do you want? You know what? You guys have gotten me a little bit excited. I don't think I can pull down this adrenaline really fast. I hate y'all. So good. Oh my god, the primal stuff though. Hold on, I have my FF14 album. The primals! Hold on, let me find my FF14 playlist. Yeah! Wait, where's my FF14 playlist? This is the arrangement one. Where's my FF14? Oh, let's listen to the primals! Wait, hold on. What's a... Oh, this is a good song. Oh, this is still one of my favorite songs. Hold on. lyrics. Here, I'll give you guys the lyrics. Hold on. Here's the lyrics. It's so good. Like, literally, the flow of the lyrics is so fucking good. Even if it doesn't make sense. But the flow is so fucking good. There's another one I also want to give later on. It's so good. I don't know. I like this song so much. Something that drives me absolutely nuts is people who say, why would I listen to a song in another language for I can't understand? For me, I have always said that even if you can't understand the words, the singer's voice just becomes another instrument. Yeah. One better be the Slam Jam version. Wait, I want to think. Should I give them, like, oh my god, no, I want to put the Wild Shrieks. That one's good. That one's good. Thunder Rolls is really good too. But there's also Heroes, but Heroes is not like lyrically. It's just like he da 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 da. Even also songs from Nobuo Uematsu, like No Promises to Keep, that shit is so good. The lyricality of that is fucking insane. Step back, boobs, gonna pull you under. But he do say, oh no, okay, then here. This is better, I think. This is better, okay. Here. That's one part. This is a better version. Here. Hold on. Here's their other genre. Don't worry about it. I'll give you guys something easier to understand. Yeah, Answers is so good. Oh, we can give answers too. Ba-dum-ba-da. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Ba-ba-ba. Whisper. Hold on. Let me bump up the volume. Oh. Says we make so long ago. You're still here. Tears in my eyes. Sorry, I love the song. Yeah, the Rowan voice actor is fucking crazy. Yeah, today's a long stream. Rises, all and reborn from the ash. I just sent you the emote. Oh. Let me pull that up. Yes. I'll add it. Okay, I got it. Wending, always night follows day. The sun will shine again. Walk on, never look back. I'm gonna be delayed. Through you, we live tales of loss and fire and pain. Everywhere, all our hearts embrace. In the dark, hello, you will not stray. Oh my Lord, forge ahead till the end. We pray. This is the band version, so it's slower for sure. Ooh, I could give you the answers that I really like, guys. Tales of loss and fire. Wait, guys, should I give Shadowbringer Storm of Blood, Heaven Sword, or Endwalker Footfalls? Which one should I give? Those are really good too. I also like Whitestone Black. I also like Scream a lot. One Amongst the Weeping is also so fucking good. Oh shit, man. In the dark. Oh, there's also Tomorrow and Tomorrow. Wait. Heaven Sword hits hard. Oh, I love Heaven Sword. Ah! Hold on. We could do Heaven Sword. I think that's a classic. This is a great fitting song. Yeah, just search up Close in the Distance. You want us to hop over to the music category? Oh, there is a music category. You're right, you can. You can hop to the music category. You're so smart. Ray, do you dabble in a bit in Disturbed? What do you mean by Disturbed songs? From Heavens or Dragon Song? Oh my god. Dragon Song is so good. That was done by here we go. Bro, the lyrics is insane. We're about to listen to sad songs. Children of the land, do you hear echoes of truth that once rang clear? Two souls intertwined, one true love they would find, ringing land and heaven's reed. Wish I could draw like that? You can, if you start drawing today. Oh, it all starts like that. I used to draw Disturbed. No, I don't. I used to draw like this. Hold on. I remember how I used to draw. I used to draw like this. I remember I used to draw like this. I just kept drawing and drawing and drawing and drawing until I can make it on cell. That's just how you do it with drawing. Sacrifice. How do you feel colors whenever I try it looks like ass or it fills the entire canvas? You have to make sure that the borders are proper. If there is gaps, it might accidentally spill, and usually in the bucket layer, there's a thing called close gap and tolerance, and that allows to like manage like how much you fill out from the line. Or what you could do is that you download this lasso tool that I have, which is basically the one that looks like a poop. This one I'm highlighting right now, this one, that allows you to like select inside the line art, then you can just use a alpha lock and then you can just color on top of it. Yeah. I got that. Yeah. What's the name of the app? It is Clip Studio Paint. You can do this in Clip Studio Paint. You can also use it in Procreate. So any one of them, even Medibang is possible. Ibis Paint, most of them can do these. So it depends on what you want. What about the lasso that has the fill that CSB has? Oh, it helps too, but that one gets out of like the lines. Like a white line. Oh, it's probably the tolerance. Affinity? Never used it. Yeah. So it's usually the tolerance. Tolerance area scaling usually. Actually, another example of like nice English music is actually Persona. Their English lyrics still flow really nicely. That's what I think. So I think when people has a really, really deep understanding of like the English language, you can put it in any song. But there's also Nano as well. Nano made English songs and it always sounds nice. Persona, yeah. I like Natori. His voice is amazing. Ooh. Thank you everyone for the follows. Welcome in. Hold on. What's a fun song I can give you guys? Has anyone covered? Oh. I think someone made like a fun version about it. Oh, Be My Honey. It's a wild song, but like a Pernell made like a really nice version of it. How's it going? I should probably sleep at 1. I'm just vibing to songs. Mostly English, but the ending songs are in Japanese. They're still bops, but thematic impact is lost on English-only players like me. Oh, that's where I come in. I learn English and Japanese, and I think it's cool. This is from Final Fantasy XIV. This song is called Dragon Song. Da, na, da, na, 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 na. Where would this place in the game? Oh, it's I don't know how to explain it. You should play the game. Hold on. Here's a fun version of a recent song. But it's Pernell's version. I really like this version of hers with Clef Hema, Celia, and Pernell. Good stuff. This is a funny song. It's about a bee, like an idol, but she's like, her team is a bee. Beauty and then sweet, be where the sting of your pitiful defeat. Be my forever and always play your part. Before it's over, I'll capture your heart. My wings and humming hearties stay a little while. With just a pinch, you'll be delighted and be gone. I love your cover of this. Thank you. Have you watched Oshinoko? I have, but I'm not really like into it. With me, darling, you'll be surprised. This world is a weary place, humdrum, dreary eyes. I really like this version they made. Read alive. Like the lyrics. Why I think of Michi hearing it? I feel like, oh my god, Michi could sing this song. Oh my god, I want Michi to sing this song. Oh my god, that would be so good. Look at me, look, I'll take you. I feel like Michi could pull the insanity of the song. Oh my god, here's the pitch. Hey Michi, let's play FF14 so you can hear a song that is perfect for you. Oh yeah. Love me again. until the end. I'll be your queen bee, honey bee, lovely. Wait, like the songs I've sung is, hold on, I can give you the songs I've sung. But it's like before I took vocal lessons though. What FF songs have I sung? Hold on. I sung Sunrise, that's from Stormblood. In the Balance, which a lot of people don't really sing. To the Edge, Scream, Close in the Distance. That's the ones I've sung. And the ones on YouTube would be Give It All, Smile, the Dawn Trail opening, the Be My Honey as well. But the ones on like Spotify, it's not all. That and Close in the Distance. I feel like Close in the Distance really hit a lot for people. The one I sang. Because I sung it at a point where I also felt super like moved and sad from Endwalker. That it kind of worked. Surprisingly, a lot of people like listening to my In the Balance, which is crazy! Because I feel like In the Balance is such a good song. But so I'm like, I'm really happy that a lot of people appreciate In the Balance. Hee. Yeah, I think the one in my... It's a banger song and you have a wonderful voice. Thank you. There's always something more on magazines. Okay, now I'm really getting hungry. I should probably go to bed. Okay, I'll end it at the... Oh my god. I yapped. Okay, once it reached 10 hours, I'll go raid. Let me find someone to raid before my PC dies. Because it can't handle the load. Guts. Again. I really should have said. Hit me well. Or you're risking it. Woohoo! Honey, be lovely. One and only champion. Will you worship me, love me again until the end? Queen bee, honey, be lovely. Near and far. Long as you never trust me. Oh, gods, again, I really should have said. You're asking instrumental OSTs from FF14? You've come to the right channel, Mr. Maybe Zaid. Literally, most of the banger songs don't even have lyrics. Corpo clap. Hold on. You have just unlocked another rat hole. You are literally never gonna make me stop at this point. Haha. Take care. Yeah, thank you. Have a good time grabbing food. Okay. Chat, what song should we give this new FF14 version? Plus 1 hour. Stop. Wait, okay. Okay, can I be real? But I really do feel this song. It's gibberish, by the way. Afterwards, it's just instrumental. Please, please let me have this moment. DSR sinks in. Please, please. You have to wait until it fucking rocks, man. Hold on. This is so good. There's also Unbreakable. Unbreakable is also really good. Fuck. Ha ha ha. There's so much good songs. That's so... I love the band version so much. Shiba Dim... Oh, that's so good too. Oh, I fucking love the guitars here. Ah! It's so good. Save progress? You're right. I haven't saved at all. Thank you. You got me? Okay. Wait, Rin, what was the name of the song for the Shadowbringers one? Was it Unbreakable or was it Imagination? I forgot. Or which one was it? The one for the dungeon song. The one in Shadowbringers, the beginning one. The one where we fall, but like in the dungeon, the last boss. I forgot the name. That is fucking sick as well. Oh, but the one in... Shit, man. Oh, there's so many good fucking songs. Ah! I'm sorry. There's so many fucking good ones. Da, 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 da. Oh, la, da, 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 da. Oh, wait. I should give you the twinning one. You know what, guys? We should give Zayd twinning. That's classic. We can't do anything without twinning. That shit's fire. Okay, since it's 1 a.m., I'll give you the song right now. Hold on. Is it this one? Okay, I'll end it with this because I need to sleep soon. Pull out the twinning 7TV! Pull it out! Come right here, Rizra. Oh, this song! 1 p.m. and 1 a.m. there. I know, but I want to show this song to you guys. It's so good. Wait, guys, can I show Zayd Lahi? Guys, wait, what's it called? Wait, I need to show Zayd Lahi. Is it Civilizations? It's Civilizations, right? Hold on. Dun, 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 dun. Bam, bam, bam. Bam, bam, bam. Big Fat Tacos is also amazing! Wait, no! Time. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Follow. And Unwoon is the dungeon team, which is a groove. Oh my god. Hold on. She. Hold on, I'm trying to find Lahi. Can I find Lahi? Shibirizations. Shibiri. Please, do I have civilizations? Please. Okay, I really need to sleep. I'm sorry. This track is a banger. We must sleep to this. I love this song so much. Show the own. Wait. Wait, I have shown the live video once. I'll give it again. Hold on. Okay, I'll show the video for y'all. Give me a moment. I must show you guys. Do you know Lahi? I really love Lahi, guys. Do you know Lahi? We must show this beautiful video once again. This is a video that goes down to all the way to my grandkids and everything. I must show you guys this before I go to bed. Not familiar with it. By the way, for context, okay, also I'm really lazy to use that thingy, so I'm just gonna use desktop audio. Anyways, this person, chat, introducing the pianist and the main composer of FF14. I must tell you that she's really good at piano, and then the one you're seeing right now who's going to play the automaton thingy is the main composer of all the banger songs you have listened to so far. Please enjoy his beautiful performance. Wait, where's my desktop audio? It's not playing. Oh my god, my desktop audio is not playing for once. That's fucked up. Hold on. My desktop audio is not playing for once. Hold on. Let me. Is it playing now? Hold on. There we go. Okay. Okay, guys. We're off to greatness. You must understand, this man is a legend. He's made all the banger songs so far. Please understand. This wasn't FanFest, by the way. This was recorded. This was broadcast live. You guys don't understand, but I'm literally in pray emoji right now. It's so fucking big. The pianist! Keiko! Man must have trained a lot to play that. It's so peak. It's so fucking peak. Yeah, that's great. This is the same composer that made all the banger music just now. Can you imagine? No. I feel like I'm... Okay, but he actually really can sing, guys. He really can sing. He actually really, really can sing. Okay? He really, really can sing. It's just that he can't sing this. But the songs that I was playing in the Primals one, some of them he sings. Proof? Okay. So can singing. Primals. Hold on. Oh, wait, this one. Here. Was his celebration for beating cancer? I think so too. This is Gun Lee. Fucking low. So everyone Loki sings. For me, I follow this path, knowing love will find. This is official video, by the way. I'm just gonna show you guys. Oh me, I know each note every beat. Oh, did you guys know that even Yoshi P sings, which is basically the one who also does like FF14? He's like the main game dev guy. I don't know how to explain it. He also sings. Oh, this is Soken's voice. Game administrator? He's like the director. Yeah, that's the word. There's a heavens above. Wait, can I find him singing? Oh, wait. Okay, I found it. Wait, okay. Oh, wait, did I find it? Oh, yes. Okay, there's a picture. Okay, this is in FanFest. This is where Yoshi P was wearing the best kimono shit, and literally he sang it. Okay, guys, listen to the director singing, okay? Hear me out. He was so fucking aura-farming. It was so cool. So cool. He's so overpowering. Like literally this kind of vocals is not easy, guys. It's so big. Yeah, it's Enka. It's Enka. It's so good. Look at him. He's just aura farming. He's just right there. Yeah. I think Soken was still fighting cancer, right? No, they're so funny. Like directors doing this. No, there's Koji. He's the one making the lyrics. It's so hard. Okay, guys, I really need to sleep. It's already 1:13 a.m., so I'm gonna go find someone to raid. It is time to actually raid someone. It's actually time to raid someone. Hold on. Oh, someone from Ollie's earlier stream is streaming. Marikyun. Let's actually raid Marikyun. Raid Marikyun. That's good. Cheers. Eat and go have some rest. Thank you, guys. Enko singing with Rock is awesome, right? Okay, let's go raid. Thank you everyone for coming and staying after all the raids that came in as well. Thank you for watching me for 10 hours as well. Link of YouTube? Okay, I got you. Hold on. Thanks, all good. Please listen to a lot of FF14 music. I swear you won't regret it. The music is magical. Okay. Let's wait for... Oh, right. The song is 7 minutes long, guys. 8 minutes. Kaze todoroke, kaze todoroke. Anyways, I should sleep. Tomorrow's another work day. Good night, guys. Atsu! It is no way coherent English, but sound good. Hear the other English lyric ones and you'll have a lot of surprises. Also, thank you for being there for Ollie, your good friend. You're welcome. I hope you guys will be there for her as well. Go rest well where you deserve. Yeah. See you guys. Bye-bye. Say hi to Mark.